I'm going to tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm going to tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm going to tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What you want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, distinguished colleagues, because stating our readiness, we will not give any relevant or any legal statement from the Associate Justice. When someone going to King Jusha and make a legal statement, we're not giving any relevant to it. I'll be ready to go.
Your readiness, Mr. President. Please have a seat. I order the gentleman. Your readiness, please.
Be ready to go.
Your readiness.
Yesterday, April 23, 2025, the Supreme Court of Liberia, our nation's highest arbiter of justice, delivered its ruling on the Bill of Information relating to the ongoing impasse in the House of Representatives. As President of this Republic, I acknowledge the ruling of the Supreme Court. However, we must all note that the House of Representatives' problem remains unresolved. Accordingly, my government has already initiated broad consultations with the relevant national stakeholders to determine the most appropriate and constitutionally sound path forward. We have actively involved our traditional and other national leaders in addressing the matter. In doing so, we remain fully committed to preserving the sanctity of our democracy, the principle of three separate or coordinate branches of government. Fellow Liberians, our Constitution and the Supreme Court have defined what constitutes a quorum for the conduct of business in the legislature. We intend to vigorously uphold this vital principle of our constitutional democracy. We will continue to work with a quorum that will ensure the full functioning of our government. Over the past months, we have watched with growing concern as the division in the House of Representatives remains unresolved, undermining public confidence in our most vital democratic institutions. Tragically, we have also witnessed the torching of the Capitol building, a national symbol of democracy, by arsonists intent on sowing chaos and discord. Today, we received report of acts of vandalism intended to desecrate the dignity of our public institutions and buildings. The police are investigating. Let me be clear, under our leadership, the government of Liberia will not be held by narrow interests or acts of lawlessness. The work of governance will continue, and nothing will distract us from our duty to serve the Liberian people. We are a country governed by laws, not by mobs or self-serving ambition. Those who undermine peace, violate the law, or seek to disrupt national harmony will face the full force of the law and justice. To all Liberians, I urge you to go about your daily lives peacefully and confidently. Your government remains functional and steadfast in its responsibility to deliver. Fellow Liberia, our nation's highest arbiter of justice, delivered its ruling on the Bill of Information relating to the ongoing impasse in the House of Representatives. As President of this Republic, I acknowledge the ruling of the Supreme Court. However, we must all note that the House of Representatives' problem remains unresolved. Accordingly, my government has already initiated broad consultations with the relevant national stakeholders to determine the most appropriate and constitutionally sound path forward. We have actively involved our traditional and other national leaders in addressing the matter. In doing so, we remain fully committed to preserving the sanctity of our democracy, the principle of three separate or coordinate branches of government. Fellow Liberians, our Constitution and the Supreme Court have defined what constitutes a quorum for the conduct of business in the legislature. We intend to vigorously uphold this vital principle of our constitutional democracy. We will continue to work with a quorum that will ensure the full functioning of our government.
Yes, it's a win for the Constitution, it's a win for the rule of
Wonderful
law,
saying.
and it's a win for Liberia. So at this time, we first want to call on our colleagues to adhere to the ruling of the court for the sake of our democracy, and we call on the President of the Republic of Liberia to mandate the executive to act in line with the mandate of the court and to restore all privileges to to the Speaker of the 55th Legislature, Councillor J. Fonati.
Honorability, there are concerns that at some point in this entire saga, you went in bed with the majority bloc. You went in that session. You sat under the gavel of Honorable Kuhn. And now at some point you left, and here we are today.
We have never sat under Japan. We went there, he did not preserve the rule of call, and we made our point and we walk out. Richard Kuhn has never, the caucus, in as a leader, as a black, will never go and sat with them. Individuals have gone there trying to persuade them to come so that we can sit together, where you can follow the rule. If you want to remove the speaker or you want to ask him to resign, you can resign. Today, the Supreme Court has done justice to our country. It has done justice to the Constitution, and it has restored the dignity of the Republic. We want to call on President Joseph Boakai to issue the appropriate mandate to all members of government, to the police, to ensure that at this moment, as I speak, that the full authority of the Speaker of the 55th Legislature is restored, as the Speaker will lead the House in trying to reconcile us and deciding the fate.
As we see,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, distinguished colleagues, because stating our readiness, we will not give any relevant or any legal statement for the Associate Justice. When someone going to King Jusha and make a statement, we're not giving any relevant to it. I'll be ready to go.
Your readiness, we got to see. I order the gentleman. Your readiness, please.
Be ready to go.
Your readiness. Please have your seat. We've arrested the situation already. Hold on, gentlemen. Y'all ready now? Go ahead.
Just one. You run down, just one.
okay, we are here tonight. Another great day to be on. An amazing show to bring you tonight. With all of the many things happening across the country, somebody say the country too noisy. Somebody say the country progressing. Another person say the country is growing, it's maturing democratically. And most time the comments will come out, the analysis will be laid out based on where one sits. Whatever the case is, I'd like to welcome all of you. Thanks for joining us tonight. It's going to be an amazing show tonight. A lot to talk about. Too many things happening across Liberia. And on the late night show, this is where we bring you the updates. We bring you the analysis and afford you the opportunity to have a say on the different issues of national concern. We do this with love for country. We do this with an eye on the bigger picture, because we all want to see Liberia do better. So with the diverse panel here tonight, we're going to bring you another great edition of the late night show. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country for relaying the program. And of course, I want to appreciate all of you coming on tonight on this edition of the Late Night Show. My name is Nelson Colette, and thanks to the many of you engaging in the comment section, agreeing, disagreeing, sharing your thoughts. We appreciate you as we come on tonight to talk Liberia, to discuss national issues. And I want to appreciate all of you. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. Our sincere apologies that we couldn't bring you the late night show last evening. That was due to some technical issues beyond our control. Beyond our control. But the good thing is that we're here tonight and to bring the issues to you as they unfold and get the national conversation going on. Let me recognize a few of you joining us already, and please keep sharing the program. Willie B. Morris, thanks for joining us tonight. Ma'am, we appreciate you. Abraham Dunor, thank you for coming on. Pekele Waple, thanks a lot for joining us tonight. Brother, we appreciate you. Marie Pade, thank you for coming on as well. I see Gabriel Boema is joining in. Da Moore is here. Moses Cully has joined in. Mabutu is here as well. Thank you for coming on. The Adaman Boakai Sharif Tico passed away is here. Shirley Greaves, Joseph Livingstone Gay is joining us as well. Hipko Kazi has joined in. Nathaniel K. Hill is joining in as well. Francis Red, Eric McGill, Edwin Clark. That's Edwin J. Saki is joining us. Nathaniel K. Hill, Emmanuel Render. Thank you to all of you. Thanks to the many of you joining us tonight. Moses Dennis. I see Mamadi Morris, Samuel Masakwe, Morris Buema, that's Blama. And the many of you joining us tonight. Stanley Benjamin. Thanks to all of you for coming out tonight. Let's hope we can have a great show. Another edition of the Late Night Show. The Late Night Politics on Spoon tonight. It's going to be a great conversation, and interestingly, we didn't get to have the time last evening to discuss the issues by segment. And for every day that passes by, there is a development. There's an addition to almost all of the happenings in the country. And that's the uniqueness of what we do. So when you miss out on a particular day, then the one for the previous day, you get to add on the one for today. But we're going to do our best to bring the issues to you. We'll make the most of the time we have to be here. And I want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. Kindly share the show again, and let's have a great conversation. Most of you are aware that the Supreme Court, the long-awaited interpretation of the Supreme Court's ruling was yesterday, or let me say the day before, as per Liberian time. And yes, the Supreme Court ruled that recognizing Honorable Fonati Kofa as a speaker. And that then sparked some concerns. And there were others celebrating, while others thought that the Supreme Court was in error. And then others saying that the Supreme Court should not be questioned because it's the final arbiter of justice, it's the highest court in the land, and it depends on where one sits. But that particular ruling has got Liberians talking a lot, and there has been different views with respect to that. The different political parties, the ANC pull up a statement, and a lot of permanent figures in the country have been calling on the president to adhere to the Supreme Court's ruling, while others have thought that the ruling was in error, and then in fact that the president sits at a different branch of government, and so the executive cannot interfere with the workings of the legislature. So there has been different views on this particular thing until just this evening or last evening, the president finally broke the silence on this issue. The president of the Republic of Liberia spoke, President Joseph Yuma Boakai, and he said he's going to work with the quorum. They're not going to hold the country hostage because of any reason. Democracy must work, will work, and should work, and that they're going to keep progressing. The country will move on. Whoever has the quorum is the person they're going to work with. And then the question now is, who exactly has the quorum? And it's just been that way. So we're going to make some analysis around that. the by-election in Nimba County, Honorable Samuel Koga, who has been chairperson of the majority bloc. The chairman won senatorial position. And now the question is, so just on this one, the chairman was announced winner of the senatorial by-election in Nimba County by the National Elections Commission. He was in a commanding lead, about 60,000 plus, while the Madam Edith Gonglo Way, who came second, was in 40,000 or so. And yes, he was declared winner. And he has been congratulated as well. Congratulatory messages have been pulling in across the social media and traditional media as well, towards the senator-elect of Nimba County now, Senator Samuel Koga, who is now going to replace Senator Prince Yomi Johnson. And so this is where we are. But it doesn't end there, because right after that, the just ended election, we're going to be headed to another by-election, because you know that he's been representative of Nimba County. And so there's going to be another vacancy. And so another conversation is going to start from there, another election from that angle. And of course, the process is going to start again. Who are those that are going to be throwing their heart in the race for the representative by-election in Nimba County? That remains another question, and the whole conversation that's coming up there in Nimba County. But again, I want to welcome you. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. We are here, and this is the Late Night Show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon. And I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Let's go across the table and bring the team on and start the national conversation. Let's bring our brother, Francis Jabate. Mr. Jabate, welcome to the show, man. It's good to have you.
Hey, Mr. Kola. Thanks for having me. Good morning to our folks. It's good to be here. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I am doing good. That is Baby J. Baby J said you're not playing with his milk. You know, you're dealing with a guy's milk.
Rest now.
Wait, you put it out some weight.
I made it rest now, so no more milk.
Yeah, man. But it's good to be here tonight. How was your day?
You know, the grind going every day. We thank God for life. You know, we are blessed to be in a country that, you know, gave us the opportunity to be able to better ourselves and our families. And that's why it's just frustrating when we see the way our country, our motherland is going, you know. So, yeah, but it's good to be here.
Thanks a lot for joining us, Francis Jabate. Let me bring our brother Konawa. Mr. Alfred Konawa, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Colette, for having me tonight. It's been a long day, but it's good that we are back here to talk about the issues that matter, where we can dialogue and not confrontation, you know, but also not being a coward, you know. We speak to the power because cowards die many times before their death. So when we come to this conversation, we want to be as much as possible that we can be honest and we can speak our mind to our leaders to do right by the people. Because, you know, our government are instituted by the people, for the people, you know. So I want to say thank you for having me tonight. I hope that we can have a very intriguing conversation tonight as it relates to the current national training issues.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Colette.
Thanks a lot for joining us. You know, when you see Alfred come on, you know, smartly attired in your coat and thing, you know the man is all for serious business. You know, it reminds me of our brother Moba, who said he went to meet some investors. And then George said, I probably want investors. George said, I probably want investors. The man went to meet. But George, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight. What's going on?
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, Nelson. More than ecstatic to be here. It's a wonderful day around here, and I can't wait to participate on the training issues back home. I think it's nice to see my friends and brothers here, Alfred and Francis. Francis, it's been a while. Hope you're doing great, man. And look, Nelson, I'm not going to jump the gun, but I just want to congratulate the Liberian people for bringing chaos on us because what we see in Liberia
Oh,
now,
okay, so you're doing
once you
your
open the
opening now,
radio,
right?
No,
Okay, but
no, no, no,
no,
that's
no,
we
not
no.
my
start,
opening,
No,
we
Nelson.
started
All right,
opening
okay,
day. We
okay, go
started
ahead, go
opening
ahead.
day.
Okay, I will just leave it
You
there.
gotta get
I will
it.
just
So
leave it there.
now we need at least 2 minutes to do our opening. Don't run in
Yeah,
there.
it's
Alfred,
okay. Okay,
we
Nelson,
don't
you
have
can
the
go
luxury
ahead.
of
I'll
time.
leave it with you.
We
Okay.
don't have the luxury of time. But um uh let's have you to do your opening, Josh. Let's start with you.
Yeah,
What's on your
Nelson, what's on my mind? Nelson, there are two things. When I went to university, my psychology teacher told me
mind?
there are two reasons people do things:
Okay.
a real reason and a good reason. Nelson, when we ran away to go to the interior during the war, when we left Cleveland and went to Grand Crew to live there because the war was approaching, what happened was that they used to have some guys who would go the Waterside Road, they would start brushing it in the morning when they know there's a rush hour. Anyone who comes to pass will pay something. Either you bring Rudo Casao, cup of rest, or money.
Okay.
Nelson, and I used to wonder why the guys would do it on a busy day. But then when I went to university, I realized that you guys are doing that for two reasons. The good reason was that they were cleaning the road for us to go to the water side. And the real reason is that they wanted something for themselves to go and cook and eat as boys, right? So those are two reasons why people do this. So any part of your life, anywhere you live, any part of the world you are, when you see people do anything, don't think that they are doing it just for the reason that you think again. You will find out the real reason why these people are doing what they're doing. And it applies to politics and it applies to what is happening in Liberia. President Bwaka came out today and made a vague speech. And when I thought about it, I went back to my freshman days to say, why is the reason he's not being definite? Why is the reason he's not going to the point? Why is he beating around the bush? Why is he trying to give all these vague examples, people vandalize, do this, do that? Why is he not approaching this particular statement from the Supreme Court and what the Supreme Court it means? And then I realized that it's two reasons. It's because he supports the majority group. And even though they said there is no quorum, because a quorum must have a speaker. So when these people, even there are many, there are 5,000, once they don't have the speaker, that is not a quorum, it's not recognized as a quorum. He still says he's going to go with the quorum. So Nelson, it's sad time in Liberia. And look, tonight I will be very silent. I will just watch to hear what people got to say because I think the calamity that is existing in Liberia now surpass what I envisioned when I was opposing this president to become the head of state in Liberia. It has gone beyond me. And so I'm saddened now. I'm relegating myself to the back and just to watch people, how they, gallivant, and see what happens. Because Nelson, surely to say it, I love Liberia, and that's why every year I pay not less than $5,000 to go home and come back here. So I want to see Liberia progress, move forward. But it is a sad time, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here and listening to my colleagues to see what we have to say, because I don't think this president listens to anyone. He does what he wants to do because he has the power, the executive power. So it is a sad time, and I hope that my friends here will contribute meaningfully to the discussion, and because I will just listen to them and hear what they have to say. Thank you. Oh, Nelson is maybe doing something technical behind that again, because I see most of the time he can misuse the word for other technical reason, even though he going to sleep, then he said that technical reason. They got, you need corruption. Corruption can be all sort of fun. Nelson all corrupt, my people.
How about Alfred? You can go. So Nelson is now.
Yeah, Nelson, Alfred, go
Well,
ahead.
yeah. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'd like to begin my opening tonight with a refresher in our history. Gentlemen, and those that are listening to us, the chaos that we see in Liberia today is not something that is surprising to me. If you go back in history, from 1847 to 1971, when the American Liberians arrived on our soil and decided to establish a government, the same way they were treated here, they decided to treat their own people the same way. There was a lot of segregation. If you were an indigenous Liberian, you have to take the name, you have to change your name to even go to school. That's why our president today has to take on the name Joseph to be able to go to school. That's how bad it was. And the indigenous people, they got tired with it. That led to our civil war because the issue of the rule of law were not taken seriously. It was not taken seriously at all. It led to 14. I would argue that the war in Liberia took up to 21 years. I would argue that. If you take it from 1971 all the way to 2003, it even more than 21 years. Because our people refused. They refused to follow the rule of law. That's why we are seeing the kind of chaos that's going on. Up to now, we don't know where we are. Tonight, we will be speaking our mind to our leaders to let them know that politics is born out of the rule of law. Without the rule of law, there is no politics. No one should come and tell me here, what's going on at the level of the legislature can only be confined in the arena of politics and leave out the rule of law. Because in the first place, those that are calling themselves lawmakers, they were not elected out of a vacuum. They were elected out of a process. And that process has to do with the rule of law. So for us to see our president today not being decisive as to why he is the president of the country, as evident by Article 50, that gave me the executive power to be decisive. There's a reason why our ancestors, those that wrote the 1986 Constitution, they were very specific. There's a reason why they gave the executive power to one person. There's a reason. And one of the reasons is that this executive power can make sure that the country has law and order. That's why they give it to one person. Because if they didn't want that, we're going to continue to have the chaos that we are seeing. Because the legislature will never work perfectly as we want it to be. That's why we gave one person an executive power to be able to make sure that the country remain peaceful, the stability of the people, the happiness of the people, the security of the people remain stable. That's why we get a president the executive power. We all agree that we're giving our executive power. There's a reason that three cardinal responsibilities in Article 50 that they give the president: head of state, commander-in-chief, and the president of the country. That's the reason why. So for me, I am seriously, as a GMB supporter, I am seriously disappointed with the president's remarks today. I am seriously disappointed. You want to be a leader for once. Being a leader does not mean you have to satisfy everybody. You don't have to satisfy everybody. But the greater good of your leadership is what matters. The greater good of your leadership is what matters. So tonight we'll be in a conversation tonight, and I hope that the Liberian people will get angry and make a decision, because we cannot continue to drag the country in another chaos for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months. We cannot do that. If the president is not ready to lead, let us know. We can have another election if he's not ready to lead. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Alfred. So I guess my two brothers have said it about this issue. I'm not going to dwell on it a lot. I know we're going to dive deeper into it tonight. But for me, I just want to pivot a little bit, because we are not going to forget that an election just took place in Nimba County, which was very peaceful. We congratulate the people of Nimba County for having a very free, fair, transparent, peaceful election. But I want to also point out something. The last time I was on here, I talked about Liberian people should forget about the CDC and Unity Party people. These two parties need to repent and ask the Liberian people for forgiveness and change their top leaders before they should even be considered. These two parties are rotting to the core.
Yeah, Nazim, you there?
Sorry to interrupt you, Francis. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. I'm sorry. We got a technical issue, but you go ahead, Francis. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so these two parties are rotting to the core. But just to look at the South CDC, because for me, I can care less about Koga being senator. The people in Nimba, people who know him in the House say he has done nothing, no bill, no nothing, but Nimba will vote who they want. But I just want to talk about CDC to show that this party is a party of losers. They have no strategy. I hear people, some of our folks on Spoon talking about, it's strategic. How you go and tell a partisan to vote for 30 people to show that they don't have strength in Nimba. They have all the political giants in the country. Ellen Johnson betrayed her own party and went and supported Edith. You got the former vice president. You got the current president. You got all of the general, the colonel, the private, and the dictionary memorizer, and Akara grader. Everybody, you can call about it, run into Nimba at the last minute to vote for Edith. I'm to campaign for Edith. And she lost bad way. She lost. So that just should tell you people that CDC is a loser party. They have loser mentality. They got no strategy at all. They wanna, if anybody, even if Mark Brennan was going to win that election, you see, the other person are going to win. You see that our person as a serious party, my people, stand for something. Stand for something, and when your person lose the election, take care like a man or a woman. Don't try to be part of 30 people inside. All 3 of them for me. Anyone that wins, that children child. So like, yeah, CDC. But Liberian people, these two parties, if they not go and beg for forgiveness, you're leaving alone. Unless you're less suffering, you will continue to do ping pong between CDC and Unity Party. ANC, the job program we campaign for. Arrest, rule of law inside. That's the biggest law breaker now. The public can break law, let it pay you to do it.
Francis, we're going to get into the conversation. Sorry, guys, I had a little bit of difficult issue here.
Let me just wrap up. I know I'm not getting deep into it, but you see, we are campaigning for the puppet. But this is what happened also too when the person before you is terrible.
Yeah. So Francis, we're going to get into the conversation. You're trying to jump all of our talking points and put all in one.
Sorry. Let's get into the show. Moba,
the country is very busy right now. Sorry, Moba, and sorry, AB.
Yeah, no problem. Let's get into the show, Nelson.
You guys are not going to do opening. We want to get straight into the conversation tonight.
All right, let's do it.
So wow, guys, can you hear anything from my background?
Yeah, you're good, but it's like you're just a little bit breaking in. That's about. I think it's sounding better now.
You're clear.
Okay, so we woke up to the information about the National Elections Commission. I wanted to start with the NEG, the Nimba County thing, and then we're going to end up with a big conversation tonight that has to do with the Supreme Court and all the back and forth happening with the legislature. The 3 branches of the Liberian government is now stuck in one position, and there's a whole conversation around that. But the Supreme Court, we had this conversation the other day when we asked the question as to whether the decision by the CDC to throw her weight or support behind 3 candidates in the Nimba County race was a prudent one. Well, today, the National Elections Commission, following all of the tallying, following all of their different reports coming in, NEC was able to get the results from 700. So in Nimba County, you have a total of 763 polling places across Nimba County. And the National Elections Commission was able to successfully do the counting across 736 polling places across Nimba County. And the results gathered from across all those places demonstrated that Honorable Samuel Koga had won the election. So Samuel Koga of the MDR, who happens to be a sympathizer or a part of the Rescue Alliance, was pronounced winner after the National Elections Commission concluded the 737 polling places confirmed. He got 62,136 votes, while Madam Edith Gonglo got 40,506 votes across these. So of the 763 polling places, if you subtract the 736 that's already been counted, then you know obviously that is left with just 27 polling places to be concluded with Nimba County as a whole. So the result coming up now is clear that Samuel Koga has won the election in Nimba County. I mean, what is the lesson to learn here? Now, the last time we had this conversation, we were asking the question as to whether, it was a success for the CDC or whether the Unity Party should take the glory. But what is the lesson to learn here? That Samuel Koga came from just representative, supported by the MDR, went on the MDR ticket, but he won. Madam Edith Gonglo is being disappointed for the fourth time. She didn't get the win. What does it say? Former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf supported her. Former President George Weah and the rest of the people supported her. And you had the ANC, Alternative National Congress. So she was more like the ideal opposition candidate in the Nimba County election. But with all of the support she got, former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf left her comfort zone, got all out and said, look, I'm going for Edith. I will put my money there and I throw my support behind her. But she lost over 20,000 margin we're talking about here. I want us to start the conversation from here. And let's start with you, Moba. We're going to come to AB next, since you guys didn't get to do your opening.
Yeah, look, thank you, Nancy, and how you doing, my fellow panelists, and thank to the people who following on Radio Land and also on YouTube, by Facebook, whatsoever means you are following us. Look, let me say this, Nancy. Look, it is glaring that the entire opposition party are weak. One, there's a music playing to the back. Who playing? All right. So the entire opposition party are very weak. And secondly, I would say that, look, you can't go to Nimba and say you will win the MDR, because it's a legacy of the late Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson, the former senator. And secondly, Nelson, if you look at the margin, we during the campaign we saw a lot of people who we think could help them in some way, like the former President George Weah, the other former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and all of new people who we all here can emphasize on that, have more political backing in our country. They went there, they run their campaign, and they did what they could do. But end of the day, the people decide, and they decide based on what Koga did for the past 3 years. People will come in and say Koga did nothing. Why would Koga probably do nothing at all? 3 consecutive years he won his district, and will come in and argue that Koga did nothing. But 3 years, he won 3 times he won his district. But will come in and argue that, oh, Koga did nothing. Why the people put in there? But 3 times. And we'll come here and say things that it's not even closer. It's not even closer to the election matter. But we'll come here and say things that we don't know, we have no idea about. Koga was there, right? He won election to that same district 3 times. Why do you think the people elected him 3 times if he did nothing but elected him 3 times? Let us be serious here. Let us be serious. Look, the entire opposition, they are not serious. They are running with false propaganda. The same thing that is not referred to all today, before election commission could come on with a final result. All the radio stations are telling you either they won an election. All the radio stations, credible radio stations that people look up to. So they always do this to cause chaos. But people who don't know, they will say that the government. Why would you go on air and announce that the EDE, which is from the opposition group, win the election? Why would you do that? To cause chaos. But we'll come here and sugarcoat it because at the end of the day, we all get some kind of feeling that we get to put out there to please our whosoever we want to please. But there's the fact, Nelson. Koga remained the second sons and the father of Nimba.
Thank you.
Based on the vast precedent negotiation and campaign, he was able to defeat the entire opposition. Because when you look at it, was like the entire opposition fighting the ruling party, because that's how they put it, and that's how we discuss it. That's how, because if Koga lost, meaning,
thank you.
Let me conclude, meaning the Nimadians are against the VP. If Koga wins, meaning the Nimadian is in line with the ruling party. That's how they frame it. So we will come here and tell the Liberian people that no matter what propaganda you're listening to, no matter what they say, the Nimba people answer to their call, and their call was only one, to vote Koga. And based on that, the ruling party doing well. And the MDR alliance. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you. Abi, you want to come in? Let's hear you.
Nelson, let me first of all tell you thank you for organizing this brilliant show. And it's just laughable for me. I said it here once, and I will say it again. Our chief Zo and Zodwas in our county, we as Nimbalians, we don't listen to that plenty Bogwaya can be speaking in Masquerade. We listen to our chief Zo and Zodwas. Those are the chief and elders that we listen to. When we listen to them, then we'll go onto the battleground to go to implement it. You witness these elections. I said it on this show that Samuel Koga had already won. But the formality will be done in Nimba counts this 20-something.
But Abi, the 60,000 plus votes Samuel Koga got. I mean, imagine of about 20,000 between he and Edith Gonglo were so far. Does it come as a surprise?
It is not finished yet. They are not completed it yet. That 20,000, you may even calculate that it may even go to 30 or 40. Let me tell you one thing. Madam Ilia Gonglo were need to go confess.
To confess for what?
Edna, she had been under the sycamore tree. We as Nimbalians, if you ever went to that sycamore tree, the elders in Nimba, they will not forgive you. And that is the reason why you saw it when she never went, when she went in the elections with our late Senator Prince Johnson. She came close. At that time, Ida have not gone to the sycamore tree yet. She came close. The second elections, she came close. At that time, Ida have not gone to the sycamore tree yet. The fourth elections, the third and the fourth election, at that time she have made up her mind to go under the sycamore tree. Let me tell you something. People passing around here, they say, President, we are endorsed her. That is not true. That is not true, President. We did not endorse illegal way. If the president was going to do, if the former president was going to do that, we're going to see it all on social media.
Thank you.
So the president never did that. Let me just conclude. The former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she endorsed Ile. We saw that very clear. But like I said, her endorsement, it means nothing to win the imbalance.
But, AB, come on, just give it a thought. This is the former president of the Republic of Liberia, a prestigious female president, first female president in Africa.
Okay.
I mean, like Liberia producing the world best, African best, European best, and now became head of state in former President George Weah. This is how respected this former president in former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is. But she threw her support, she threw her money and everything behind Edith Gonglo Way. But here we are, the margin over 20,000 we're talking about at this point.
Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was alive. She was right there, left and blood was running through her vein. When she saw our late senator turning the gavel over to the current vice president, she saw that. Going against that current sitting vice president, that is abomination in our country. That is abomination. Okay. So I am saying we as Nimbalian, we don't listen to that plenty of boys speaking in Mosrada. We don't listen to that. We listen to our chief, our elders, and our Zodua.
Thank you, Abby. Let's hold you there and bring Josh on. Josh, you want to go ahead? Moba, you can just take over from here. I will come back shortly. Okay. I want to make some adjustment here.
Okay, no problem.
Look, thank you, Nelson. Look, since we're now talking about elections in Nimba County, I want to say this to my brother here. In the 2023 elections, President Weah took almost 50,000 votes for Nimba County. And for you to say because Edith went under the sycamore tree, she supported CDC, so that's why she did not win the elections, I will tell you, you are completely far from reality. You might be living under the rock or somewhere in America to believe that because someone associates themselves with the CDC, that's why you're losing election. I think it's wrong. I came on here and said it from the beginning. I said I did not support the decision of us supporting 3 candidates in this race, and I still stand by that. What I don't condone here is that people come on here and want to say it was a failed strategy. If you combine all of the votes from the just concluded elections, the 3 candidates who supported and the votes they accumulated and the votes that the MDR and the UP accumulated, it's just around 15,000 difference. So I don't know where you're coming from with all this analysis and being so emotional about it as if they are concrete or they are cast in stone is beyond me. Because while we don't, want to believe that, or we want to assume that we know Nimba, numbers don't lie. So if Edith can come second and Mark comes third, and then the 4th is Garrison, these are the 3 people that the CDC pointed to, or people say vote for these people. So for you to come here and be so emotional about this thing, I mean, it doesn't add up. But yes, what I want to say, the election was won. We want to congratulate Koga. We want to say, Koga, go and say no more. For 3 consecutive elections, you won. We don't see your fingerprints on the ground. The people voted for you not because of you. They voted for you because the current vice president went and begged them to vote for you. So we are hoping that you'll go and do better by your people and do better for Liberia in extension. But this is not a victory for the UP. It is not a victory for Koga is a victory for whoever supported him. And as that, we just want to leave it as that and just leave it to the Liberian people, because let me tell you, the decision you make today is what you're going to live by. The Liberian people made a decision in 2023 that they wanted Boakai, and now Boakai hand is streaming. You can't even read properly on this paper.
George, we're not listening. We on a topic. We on a specific topic. You can't jump from another.
Nelson is still the.
It's not.
Nelson is still. Listen to me. Hey.
No,
listen to me.
listen to me.
Listen to
We
me.
on a topic.
I am
We
on the floor.
discussing a specific topic.
Listen. I don't care.
No, but that, my man, you know the rules, man, George. Don't go there, my man. You know the rules, but on a specific topic. Don't do that. Go ahead, Afra. On a specific topic, that discuss the issue, but you won't come out to Baga again every time. You will talk when you get discuss Baga doing your opening, or when you closing, or when we're discussing Baga. Go ahead.
First and foremost, I want to say good evening to our people listening in Radio Land, and those are watching all via social media. And I want to say good evening to all of us here tonight. What I want to say with regards to the election in Nimba County, the first thing that we have to understand here is that I sent a big already on this one, right? But it's very difficult to win an incumbent person. In this case, someone would say, oh, Koga is new, he's running for the Senate, he's new. But really, he's a sitting representative. He has the financial tools and the connections in the county. Now people know him, and not only that, he has served that position for 3 consecutive terms. So he's an incumbent in this election, So I will not be surprised if Koga win, because it's a household name in the county. Why it is true that we want to say, oh yeah, someone will argue and say, oh, Ide is a household name in the county too. But really, Ide has not really spent much of her time over there as compared to Koga. Right after the election, she runs and comes back to America. She doesn't stay in the county for that long. And Koga has always been there. More besides, the legacy of former Senator Prince Johnson is something that we cannot rule out in this election. He recommended that Koga should be the next person. So, nothing we can do about it. The people vote the way they vote. And thirdly, I would say, election is always local. The message you preach to the people, when they take it, no matter what you do, that's what it will run with. And in this case, the vice president was saying that there should be political balance in Nimba. You can have 2 tribes coming to lead the entire Nimba. You have 2 large tribes in Nimba County, and you can have 2 leaders coming from 1 tribe. So to balance it, you have to have one coming from so and one coming from so. And it made sense to the people. And they went ahead to vote for Koga. If I was in the election and I had all the power, Koga would not be senator. Owing to the events that occur in our country, where our national symbol was burned down as a result of his selfish gain, he wouldn't be senator. In a very serious country where people are very serious, Koga will not also be senator. But the mediocre society that we have, people are very gullible in our society. Your road is my road is my road. Nothing you can do about it. They will always vote these kinds of ways, because that's how they have been voting all through. They vote on tribal lines. They don't vote on policy. They vote on tribal lines. So that's what we are seeing. So if the question that Nelson asked as to what lesson learned from the opposition, I think the opposition is weak. The lesson that they have learned from this election is that when an election is over, it means that election finished. From the day election over, the next day you start to recalibrate and reorganize, because there is an election coming right after that. So if you can organize your party and structure it in a way where you are visible, any election that comes, you will lose because you are not visible. And that's what happened with the CDC. They made a very stupid decision by feeding 3 candidates, knowing fully well that historically Nimba County is not their base. So they were just trying something,
Yeah, thank you. That way according to the time, my brother. I beg you. Francis.
Yeah, this whole thing, CDC, I think they were trying their luck. It's like trying their hand for 2020 now to see how much sway they have in Nimba County. since the passing of the late Senator Johnson. So they didn't go in there seriously thinking that their presence was going to really galvanize the people of Nimba to vote against Koga. Because this whole thing is a referendum on the 2029 election when it comes to Nimba County. Because we know Nimba County alone is an equivalent of the entire Southeast, which is their stronghold, CDC stronghold in Southeast. So if you can sweep Nimba like President Braga did during the last election, you pretty much cancel out the vote from the 6 counties in the Southeast. Then everybody can fight on the remaining counties to see who will win. So they were trying that strength, but it failed. And that strategy, yes, it was bad. They should have supported one person from the beginning, throw all their weight and their finance behind that one candidate and see what happens. But they didn't do it. So they try to look at it fail. And Mobile, you said, oh, how can Koga win 3 times in his district and say he's doing nothing there? You can call about one district 2 times in Montreal County. What has he done there? All they make noise and cause all the president in their mouth and say he opposition anytime president comes. So Koga doesn't have to do anything. Nimba politics is completely different, as we all learned in this last election. And it's also sad that they do the tribal thing. There are so many tribes in Nimba. Yes, Giro and Mana are the 2 largest tribes. But if you are Mana president, go to the hospital, are you going to stay because the person is Mandingo from Nimba County because the Mandingo will not treat you? It is sad for our country if people continue to vote on tribal land. You see, vote for the person who's capable, who's competent to be able to lead your county or the country. But the whole Gil Mano, they have 2 Mano, we have 2 Gil, 1 Gil, yeah, that put 1 Mano. What about the other tribes that are there? They are competent people. But I still want to congratulate the people of Nimba for voting peacefully and exercising their constitutional right. But CDC, you fail on that one. So you know 2029, you don't even try yourself. Nimba County they will lick it again for you. But like people, CDC Unity Party, if they don't repent, you'll cancel the 2 parties. These people are dragged. They are big chain on our neck, a rock hanging on it, and they're dragging the country down. We shouldn't let them play all the Joria when you're playing football back and forth. Like, brother, not football. So forget Unity Party and CDC until they can change the corrupt people at the top. See, if Joria happen to lose 2029 or he win after 6 years, they got nobody in their party to pull up. CDC is only powerful because Joria celebrated. That's all. They got nobody.
Thank you, President. Thank you. Formula. We're just going like this.
Well. This is how we wanted the show to be. Yeah. When everybody show up on the show, that means tonight it's going to be politically and intellectually charged. So now some of us have put on our intellectual jiu-jitsu so that we can pronunciate and enunciate and dissect the issue. So quickly, let me... like I've always said that Nimba County will continue to remain the biggest electoral college in the Republic of Liberia. It's undisputed that those people have shown over the years how resilient they are. They have also dramatized what it means to be culturally sensitive. They have also shown to us that we cannot have too many leaders in one quarter. When one person who is the highest ranking in our country speaks, it carries volume. So we have already seen the results. Unlike some of our friends who were living in utopia and fantasy and illusions, they came here and were lying to us that they already have their facts, already have their tally sheet. I don't know what it was in, blue bags or blue barrels, or I don't know what they were in, but the National Election Commission that has the constitutional responsibility to give the final results has already put it out. And so we want to say kudos to our Nimba people. Nimba has won. No tribe wins. Everybody won this. And the Godfather, the argument of the Godfather has been laid to rest. So we wait as everybody have already said it, that this is a lemon test to 2029, but they are still work in progress. And even though Edith got, I think, little over 30,000 votes, and those 30,000, they are all Nimbadians. They are not in opposition. So this is the time now they reconsolidate the forces and put everybody together and prepare for the bigger task ahead. Nimba County, you have the chance and you have to shoot your best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Formula. Sandy. You mute, Sandy.
Yeah, muted.
Sandy, you there?
Oh, I'm muted. Okay.
Sandy, we can't hear you, man.
I apologize. I'm muted. I'm getting used to this again. So it's good to be here. It's good to see everybody on tonight. Yeah, I agree with you, family. I mean, the entire team is here, so it's good to be here. Look, on the issue of Nimba election, let me send my congratulations to the Senate elect, Samuel Koga. Like many of you here, I was hoping that Madam Edith Gonglowe will have won the election. But the people of Nimba decided otherwise. So we must congratulate him and hope that he will go out there to serve Nimba and to serve Liberia. Look, this Nimba election has brought in a lot of anticipation for 2029. People now suggesting that Koga winning signifies that the ruling party alliance, the Unity Party alliance, have a strong grasp on Nimba. It's possible, considering that Jeremiah Kuhn is the vice president. He's on the ticket of that alliance, so it's possible. We also just saw his strength. We saw that he demonstrated that strength and that the people. But I also want to believe that the people of Nimba voted whom they voted because of their own conscience and decisions, and not necessarily backed by any intervention or persuasion from the current vice president. I think the people know who they want. I think the people know their own, and the people voted their own. Look, one thing we must encourage everyone that want to participate in our electoral process is that get on ground with the people far ahead of election. And this is not a target on Madam Edith Gonglowe alone. Now, if you look at 2029 election, most of the district representative candidates, senatorial candidates, you will find out that a lot of them came from the diaspora, ran home, and they were massively defeated. Most of them. In my own district of District Number 3, Grand Gita, almost all the candidates came from diaspora. Those are my friends here. We're pushing cartoon together. They're ready. They say they want to be representative. They went over there. The people ate their cartoon money and flogged them. Now they are back here again. We're pushing cartoon again. The issue is get on ground with the people. Know the people. Let the people know you. But you're one-off going every December, then you come back, then you say, I will go again, or you wait until a right election, then you go there and expect the people to listen to you. That would not get it done for people. We have seen it. I saw it 2020. Did I say 2029? Sorry. I saw it this going election. We saw it with Madam Edith Gonglowe, and they're going to continue.
30 seconds, Jai.
But the people of Nimba have decided who they want. For me, it has nothing to do with the opposition, weakness. We can argue that the opposition did what they thought was the best thing. I believe that even if the opposition had overwhelmingly supported one candidate, the people of Nimba will still decide who they want. So I don't think this shows the opposition weakness in any way. Let's move on as a country. The people of Nimba moving on as a county. And we can learn from the mistakes that were made. Madam Edith Gonglowe will still come back. I strongly believe she should come back. We know that, there are some people that went into election, got defeated more than 5-6 times, and they won. She has a great platform. She is experienced, and I think she still have a chance to lead.
Concerning your time finish now.
Hey, that man,
There's
that man,
only
lame,
one
man.
moderator,
That man,
unless some of the people come here tonight to distract the show. But thank you, Moba. You are the moderator. The recognized moderator, like Funatikova is now the recognized speaker. Thank you.
So we're just going by the queue. You can start. Share it. No, that will start with the only CDC female. Go ahead, man. I mean, Abigail. Okay, I'm not Abigail.
Anita, you can see.
Alita. No, but let me see. Okay, yeah. Alita M. Go ahead, mama.
Listen, I'm not a Abigail. I did whatever she did to you, please. I'm a leader, man. So, good evening to everybody on here tonight. It is a pleasure being here tonight after a week, a very busy week for our country, a week that has so much anxiety, and everybody was, optimistic about how all the result goes. So it was a week, But one thing I want to say here tonight is that I want to send a word out to Maraide Gonglo, who I supported out of the 3 candidates that was designated by my party. Because I supported her because you see life, when somebody put their, repetition on the line for you, it's very welcoming to do so. In 2023, out of many candidates within the Nimba County, she was one of the person who was open with support for the CDC. So I supported her. And my message out to her is that she show her strength, and she have always shown her strength. The race is not to the swift, but those that endure at the end. She showed that she's capable of leading Nimba in some capacity, though there was travel war, financial war, and many other influence, so, within this county election. But all is not lost. Like my brother Cindy said, she have to come back. Reside in Nimba County, you have better chances from a political standpoint. I can tell you, you have a very good chances and a great future for 2029. Play your political cards well right now, and it'll be open-minded and let's look towards 2029. And people say that and discuss CDC. As far as concerned, UP never had a candidate on that ballot. They had an affiliate, and CDC had an affiliate. So this was never a UP or CDC elections. 2023 has passed. Now it left for the UP to today, bring people joy. As we can see, Liberians are in fear tonight. The country does not know the way forward. Our people are worried what the next step would be. Because when you have somebody who has 48 years of
Can we
so-called...
just listen now? Listen, look, we're doing this. No, Josh, we're not going there tonight. Listen,
You cannot
we get a topic. No, listen.
Now her
No,
time to talk. Leave her to
I'm not
talk. Now her
interrupting you.
time.
I'm telling you, we get a topic tonight. Let us discuss the topic and start going out to this. No, it's not a topic. We discuss it. Listen, we discuss it. No, listen. No, it's not about Moba. That's the fact.
You can't control.
No. Listen. Jalayu, when you spoke just now, you left. Mama, we on a topic. You can't leave on the topic and go to other topics.
Okay, guys. So sorry, guys. Let me come here a bit.
No, it's not open. It's not open.
Guys,
we on a topic.
Let me come here a bit.
I think Nelson. I think this is an intellectual forum. You cannot restrict someone to the way they want to speak. And I think Moba, you have to give other people opportunity to speak because this is an intellectual forum, and you cannot restrict people. So you can't micromanage someone in their speech. You can say.
It's not
topic, then that's fine.
Guys,
she's doing her opening statement.
No. But guys, you guys are not doing right to the show. We have one moderator on the show. Moba is moderating the show. Moba can at any point in time ask Alita, engage her, interrupt her, for the sake of the show. I mean, we have a conversation on the floor. When we're done with this conversation, we're going to move to the next conversation. Of course, the Capitol building thing, the ruling from the Supreme Court, the president's response, all of those things are bundled in one conversation. And it's just fair that we get through with this election conversation, and then we can move to the next conversation. We have Toure in the background. We have Anthony. We have Francis. All of those guys. And studio is now full. I had to remove George to come in. So we'll have to rotate and get the rest of the guys who are backstage to weigh in on this topic. Then we can transition. So it's just fair that we, adhere to the conversation. Yeah, Adita, you can go ahead.
Well, Nelson, at the end of the day, I never mentioned Supreme Court. I never mentioned Speaker Kova. Sandy mentioned Speaker Kova. Why wasn't he interrupted by Moduba? Sandy mentioned, why wasn't he interrupted by Moduba? This is very unfair, and I feel like Moduba was very disrespectful with interruption, because my opinion was no from the
Adita, go ahead. Adita, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I've lost my screen. I thought somebody can come in.
Shirley, I think you can melt on. You're the next.
Shirley, go ahead.
I will wait for the
next conversation
to let me know who going next.
Shirley, you can go next. Just go. Don't wait for Nelson. Don't prolong the thing.
Recognize Mulba, my man. Let's start doing the thing here, man.
Is moderating. We have one moderator.
Is moderating, guys. So, Mulba, is it okay for me to go?
Yeah, go ahead. We're by the queue.
Okay. And just to be clear, we're talking about
the election in Nimba. Yeah.
Thank you.
What lesson we learned from the election, and if the unity, like the MDR, the CDC, the Unity Party, who got more force in Nimba and coming the 2029 election, it doesn't go by that topic. That's the topic we on.
Well, so the election in Nimba, I first want to say congratulations to the Nimbadian for having a peaceful election. And congratulations to our government currently in power for just making sure that there was a peaceful election. I want to say the Iron Lady, the female who is very persistent. I want to say I recognize her strength, even though she did not win. Just like what Anita said, I feel she has the capacity to win next time. Keep going. Don't give up. Come back again. Like what Henny would say, regroup and come back in 2029. You already have that leadership in you, and you will be able to lead Nimba. One day you'll become either senator or representative. Just don't give up. And 2029, I don't know. I can't predict 2029 because at one point, everybody was saying that either was going to win. They had all their numbers together, and today we have someone else that is a winner. So anything can happen. The Nimba County people, you not gonna sit there and predict them. They will support who they want to support, and at the end of the day, it's all about them picking the leader that they want to have to lead in. So
thank you, Shirley. Babuduba. Toure. You mute, brother.
You mute
yourself.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't even know I was on because I was in the back for so long. But look, guys, I don't want to go back to that whole situation. But if you guys were vocal about Elita, then you guys should have been vocal for George when Mulba told him to not proceed. Let be fair. Now. Alita is my sister. No hard feeling at all. But look, what happened today, obviously, the result is indicative of what I personally anticipated that was going to be the outcome. There is something about you going against the grain. The grain is the tradition. The grain is the status quo, right? And for whatever reason, Edith went against that. She did. And when you go against the grain, there are consequences. All right? we spoke on this issue, and it was absolutely an educative sort of, enlightenment for me when Nyan Twain came on Sunday with the CEO and went in depth, going way back to the 60s, how these things are how people vote in Nimba. So that right there should have given us some level of closure into what was going to unfold today. I'm not shocked, right? I'm not shocked about the outcome. I knew that it was going to happen, and I heard my brother Sandy saying that this is not a flag on the opposition. There's a huge flag on the opposition. And let me tell you, you putting in three candidates in the race, counted that George Weah and the CDC have now done well in. That right there was not only to showcase their strength, but to actually manipulate the conversation that we are having now. Because any rational president would have told you that you feeding a 3 candidate in that race. It did not make sense. It didn't make sense yesterday. It don't make sense today. But they can now fall back on the whole idea that, you know what? It was a race that we took because conventional wisdom will tell you that you knew very well that you're not going to do well there. But for a talking point and taking pressure off of your elite, they can come on and say, well, feeding 3 candidates in there, what are you doing? You are dividing the vote. And you divide the vote, all the 3 candidates, they took. Let's say if everybody would have just come and vote for one candidate, the margin of defeat would have been minimized compared to what we are seeing today. We're talking about 20,000 and the count has not been concluded. Let's say what happened if it's fully concluded if they go with the entire county. Let's see how that stuff gonna be. But like I said, man, I'm for women empowerment, and I'm also about culture. We cannot in any way say we are for this and neglect the culture. The culture is we cannot have one group of individual, or at least group of people dominating the political space. That makes sense. It makes sense. They have one Geo senator and one minor senator. It makes sense. It enhances unity, and I know very well we have other tribes there. But in any competition, majority already carry the rules. We will always vie for the minority, but if we're going to open a competition where we have it the 2 dominant tribes there that are the Geo and the minor, all the minority group can obviously, do what they got to do. Maybe they have to go through some cultural arrangement to give space to minority group, and the female and the Mandingos and Pele people and other tribes in there too can have, space in that whole, political arrangement there. That would be great. But if it's open for competition, majority always win. And that happens to the dominant tribe, which is the Gio and the Mano. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, go ahead, Mom.
Yeah, thank you, Mara. Hey guys. Full house tonight. Cool. Yeah, everybody already said it about Nimba, the election, and but one thing though, I don't want anybody to downplay the strength of the vice president in this election, to say, oh, it's not because of the vice president, something like this and something like that. We know Nimba have already decided, right? But the vice president, this is his 2nd time lifting somebody's hand since he became vice president in Nimba County, Nyan Twain, against the Prince Johnson when he was alive. And I think Prince Johnson was supporting Coca at the time. And the vice president candidate won. And this time, he candidate won as well. And people coming like, Touré said, playing, talking about tribal. No, it's not tribal. It's just common sense. Like, we Black people all around the world, we don't want the white people to always rule. We always want Black representation, right? That's the same thing over there. You can't have 2 majority, like Touré said, and then you want a minority or whatever he said is tribal. No. Whatever district those minority occupy, they can be representative of those districts. But there's no way they will run a county election and they win it because they are minority. They are not majority in there. Yes, it should be what you bring to the table, and something like we always say here and say it. But when it comes in your shoot right now, if you were in that country, you'll say, "Oh, my people," and I, Mana and Gil car when I was supporting either 2020, we all preached that adultery. But in 2025, it switched around because it was the other way around now. So I also support women empowerment, but I don't think we should be playing the women female card as a weapon. We should be using it as a weapon now, right? Every time we want to come in, and when it convenience, we flash it out, female card and stuff. No, we should also look at the principle. We were pushing this same Ogie Amana thing when she was running 2020, and today we want to play the female card and say, "Oh yeah, 2 Amana should go there." No, like everybody already said, I stopped supporting her, and I said it the last time because the same obvious reason that to restate it. And I don't want people to keep saying that, "Oh, she's not there when she lost the election, she run to the state." I mean, guys, what do you guys want this woman to do? You want her to sit there with no jobs and sit there and leave her responsibility? And she live in the state, for goodness sake. If she won the election, she was going to go there and work. She'll be working. I mean, when it's time getting closer, she can go there. But you can't tell us that because she lost the election, but she want to run 2029. So she should sit there and abandon her responsibility, abandon her children, and then sit there. So she doesn't have any job. What do you want her to do? Sit there and what, starve? She can't do that. She has to work. Where she can come and get work, she has to do that. So I really don't understand how the politics that people be playing like, "Oh, after election, she run away. That's the one that she's not running away. She going to work where she got job to do. That's what she going to do. You didn't give her job. What you want her to do? Sit there and gap with you? No, she can't do that. She has to go and get herself prepared for another time. And I think that the Nimba people have spoken. Congratulations, and let's move on.
Thank you. Nelson, you there? All right. I think that's Nelson. Are you there?
I can borrow 10 seconds.
Okay. So we want to transition to another topic, to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'm here, Mob. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm transitioning now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Mob, okay, yeah. So I'm transitioning now. So let me bring we have two persons in the back. Let me bring them on. Then while they're making that point, I will have transition. Then we can transition naturally. So
yeah.
On the first topic, right?
Yeah, then we can move on to the Supreme Court, the president's response, and all of that. But let's bring Anthony on to make his point quickly. So I'm going out now to make room for Anthony, and then yeah.
Okay, no problem. All right. Anthony, go ahead.
Say it again.
Good evening, everyone. How you guys doing? Good evening to our listening audience, the followers, and the comment section. You know I always weigh you down there too as well. We know, for me, I like to start my thing from the house. And when we talk about balance of power, we gotta also talk about balance of representation on this platform. If we look, 98% of the people on the platform today are supporters, sympathizers towards the Unity Party. And so we need balance of representation as we speak of balance of representation in other areas. I mean, I want to congratulate first and foremost Senator-elect Koga for his election, for winning. I also want to congratulate Madam Ilo Gonglo for putting on a fight despite the entire country, the entire government, the resources. She was outspent financially in the county, but she put on a good fight. Half of the central bank was moved to Nimba County, but I mean, we are here. And you understand? She had, she was fighting against the starter court, and today, like many Liberians, went to bed very scared of what they heard, and we'll get to that topic later. Look, when they talk about balance of power in Nimba County, where were they when Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kun, both Gil, were senators of Nimba County? Where were they when Prince Johnson and Kun were already, senator, and Koga ran to be senator before Yan Wong. I mean, if you want to talk about this balancing, let's look at the 9 electoral seats in Nimba County. How many of them amount of people? Let's look at the 2 ministerial seats that were given to Nimba County by this administration. And then give a person, article man person there? No. So again, we are just unfair in our analysis sometimes when we're talking. So Senator Yantoya was not succinct in his historical, analysis he gave on Spoon Talk on Sunday, because he didn't tell the truth. Because there were 2 Geo senators twice that happened. But that made progress. I want to thank the people of Nimba County for having a violent-free, election. There were, little places here and there. There were hiccup here and there, but it was not as bad. It was resolved. Other people were prevented in certain districts, but temporarily, and that matter got resolved. There was no bloodshed. We thank God. Even though currently our nation is not moving the way we should, and we'll get to that topic. So I want to say, congratulations again, like I said earlier in the group chat. I'm here. Some of us, we are politically mature. When people win, we come up publicly to congratulate them. This is not personal. I pick a side, you pick your side won, we salute you, and we'll move it forward. Start calling me 1%. Let's put the election behind all. My name is Anthony Gay. Yes, I am a member of the ANC, and I'm proud of that.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you so much. Anthony, they call him a disruptor. But Nelson, you there? So we can transition to the next topic. Nelson, I think Nelson got to take out 1 person. But again, I think we'll just start with
if Nelson at the back, he can remove me, and I can always come out and make my point. So
yeah,
let you know that.
I don't know if you're hearing out, but I don't know. But let me just go to the topic. I think we all know what happened. The ruling of the Supreme Court, and secondly, the president press conference, which a lot of people get different way of interpreting what happens, what he said. So I think we can just discuss it, because that's the second topic we're on. Nelson already sent me the topic. I think that's it. But we can just start from down and just go over, like, let us observe the time, because we're too much on the show. So we'll get about 2 minutes to discuss the issue. So Anthony, you start 10:43 p.m.
Yeah. So again, more about maybe you will interpret the president's statement to me, but here's the thing: the arrest agenda has rule of law as one of its pillars within that agreement. When the president said, and he cleverly used the word quorum instead of majority block today, because during the oral argument at the Supreme Court, they dismissed that so-called majority block thing, because our Constitution does not recognize majority block.
No.
Right? So what the president said, he respects the decision of the Supreme Court, but he will work with the quorum. Remember, in the president's statement, he did not also recognize Councilor Falanti Kofa, the legitimate speaker of the House of Representatives. He also then did not say which side he's going to work with. He didn't say, okay, since the Supreme Court did this, like they don't clearly say, oh, Falanti Kofa, the legitimate speaker, we will work with him, we'll do accordingly. He didn't say that. Look, in terms of crisis, in terms of uncertainty, the father of the nation, the commander-in-chief, and the head of government, which is the president, people look up to him for direction. People look up to the president for direction. If you notice, the Ford family, the rest of the other people from the majority side, did not say a word when the Supreme Court gave her ruling. Every one of them were quiet. Right after the president's statement today, Ford family put out the first statement. The next thing we know, you were already on Spoon Talk, and all you got emboldened by the executive branch of government.
Yeah, before before just close for the 30 seconds, I just want to ask you one question. So, I know we agree that the House of, like the president take, according to you, the president take a side. But in case the both the minority and the majority group not cohere, meaning not come together, not agree to sit on each other, probably the minority groups, the majority group say, okay, you know what, we can sit on the minority group. So what become the country? You think, like, what become the country? Because the majority of groups saying that we just sit under the gavel of Fonati Kofa, and now Fonati Kofa don't have the number to carry on a quorums on. So what become the country? If the president make that, statement.
Moba, we had this conversation for the sake of the audience, listening audience, and the viewers. But let me say this: it's very simple. There is a prescription as to how you air your grievances. If you have the 49 votes, you bring it on the floor, you introduce a resolution, the speaker will recuse himself. We're not going to relitigate this case again. The ruling has been done. Fonati Kofa is the legitimate speaker of the House of Representatives of the 55th legislature. Now that ruling has been handed down, even if they say they don't want him to be their leader, fine, come with your number. Article 49 says 49 to charge majority should remove the man. If you do not have it, you cannot have a parallel section. You cannot have that. So not because you don't like the man. So if you don't like the man, remove the man the proper way.
Thank you, Anthony. Francis.
Yeah, there's a sad day in our country. The Liberian people are over there depending on the government to get an act together and work for the in their interest, but like they are seeking their own interests. And the president, we all know he cannot make decisions for the legislature, but we all know that he could end this thing. So for him, it's like he's talking from two sides of his mouth. You can't recognize and accept what the Supreme Court ruling, but also say you work with the illegal group of people. I try to give him a pass the first time when they send the budget to get passed by the.
Francis, did the president really say he will work with the illegal group of people, or did he say he will work with them?
Did he say? Okay,
so you go with
will work. He said he will work with.
Could we consider this now as a challenge to the minority bloc that they should try to now lobby to get a quorum, and that once they get a quorum, the president will be willing to work with them?
Nelson, yes, I was getting that. They already have the speaker, so yes, Fonati Kofa and Musa Belede and everybody else, yes, they should start working hard morning, noon, and night, calling people, because I know there are a lot of people that were not on the forefront of this whole thing with the majority bloc that can be easily persuaded to come over to make them to bring it up to 37, so they can start working. But also the majority bloc, what are you afraid of? Go back, sit there, and even if it take another year, bring the evidence to your colleagues. There's 73 of you. Bring the evidence and show people how corrupt Speaker Kofa is and stuff like that. And then you guys can ask him to recuse himself. Once he got a 49, recuse himself, and he can take a vote.
We are going to take another round on the discussion, so I'm about to pass it, but just a quick one. A lot of people are looking at this thing as the interest of Honorable Kofa on one end and the country's interest on another end, and the president being in that middle and in the position where he needs to make a decision, and then he had to make the decision he made today. Do you think the president in this case, given his response to this entire thing today, selected the national interest over personal interest?
No,
or
the first thing I want to say now is not the interest of Speaker Kofa. Speaker Kofa's interests have nothing to do with this. They want to remove him. It's not about him. These guys need to go back and then remove him according to the rules, the procedure. We can keep running the country in a banana republic. The president too, he should have just said, okay, we accept the ruling of the Supreme Court and just sit back. And if he didn't want to help the situation, he shouldn't hurt the situation. And that's exactly what he did today when he came back with that statement.
Thanks a lot, Francis. And we're going to play just bits and pieces of these statements. I'm going to take. I'm going to take. Yeah, I'm going to take Alita next, but let's listen to this.
The nation's highest arbiter of justice delivered its ruling on the Bill of Information relating to the ongoing impasse in the House of Representatives. As President of this Republic, I acknowledge the ruling of the Supreme Court. However, we must all note that the House of Representatives' problem remains unresolved. Accordingly, my government has already initiated broad consultations with the relevant national stakeholders to determine the most appropriate and constitutionally sound path forward. We have actively involved our traditional and other national leaders in addressing the matter. In doing so, we remain fully committed to preserving the sanctity of our democracy, the principle of three separate or coordinate branches of government. Fellow Liberians, our Constitution and the Supreme Court have defined what constitutes a quorum for the conduct of business in the legislature. We intend to vigorously uphold this vital principle of our constitutional democracy. We will continue to work with a quorum that will ensure the full functioning of our government.
We'll continue to work with the quorum that will ensure the full functioning of our government. Now, the president is saying that the Supreme Court has already highlighted or underscored the importance or what constitutes a quorum in the first place. And that is only a quorum that can conduct business. And he understands the doctrine of three separate but equal branches of government. And as head of the executive, he's going to work with the quorum to make sure that the government moves on. Alita, let's hear you on this one.
Yeah, Nancy, finally we have arrived to to this topic. At the end of the day, we all see Liberia from a different perspective. And we will come on here, we won't have the same political thought, or we may not have the same, we may not support the same political party, but one thing we have to do to each other is give each other due respect that I have afforded to give to everybody on this platform. The issue of this whole situation in our country, it scares me. I have a teenager son back home in Liberia tonight. I'm worried.
Why are you afraid? The country is moving.
Let's go to little classroom. Let's go to little classroom or history. Let's say service.
Okay, take us to the classroom.
Legislature, they make the law. They just the judiciary interpret the law, and the executive enforce the law. So we watched the Supreme Court of Liberia interpret the law and say this is how it should be. This individual was wrong. What was done by a certain individual was illegal. This is the speaker. This is the person that is supposed to conduct without him being absent. That the deputy speaker take over or somebody else take over. There is absolutely no other speaker in the House of Legislature. And they were very clear, plain and direct. To have the executive that governs the country, like I said on this platform before that this plot to remove financing came from the executive. Today, Boaka's statement proved me right. That this was the executive intention, was never the representative intention. It was from the executive. And there is nowhere in that statement Boaka acknowledged. There is nowhere.
Was there anywhere in that statement where the president said, I support what the legislature is doing, I support what the majority bloc is doing? Was there anywhere in that statement where the
There is a
president
statement
drew
that says,
the
I will continue to work with the quorum. Based on
Don't
the
you think it's because
illegality. No.
don't you
Baka
think
has
because
been
the
working with the
justice
illegal
minister
quorum before today's this.
and that's where I'm coming from, Alita. That's where I'm coming from. Don't you think because the justice minister interpreted the ruling and the executive made a conscious decision to work with this quorum, that's why the president said they will continue to work with the quorum to do the Liberian people.
The president of Liberia telling me the justice minister is more than the Supreme Court. But listen, let me use this platform. This is a matter where the Supreme Court will show us irrelevance in our country. When the Supreme Court takes a stand in this matter, from the legal standpoint, or from the part, because you can run a country that you want to work with the legislature and the judiciary is out of you. That is a bad governing. Baka is in the coup d'etat can take over a government any day. When you forgo the rule of law of our country, it is fair that the Supreme Court will not back you, and it is very wrong. So our people are
Nelson, come on, Nelson.
So where you cannot interrupt people, y'all gotta do
back,
you got your time, man.
No, we're not taking back.
Guys.
Why would I take it back?
Nelson, come on, man. She literally just said that.
The possibility. Did I say
where
what
you
happened?
gonna come in? Where are you gonna come in, guys? Let's keep this conversation moderate. Let's keep this conversation moderate. Alita, take your 20 seconds. Alita, just take your 20 seconds. I'm coming on.
Alita, take your 30 seconds at this point because we're talking about 15 seconds from my 45 seconds.
And then we can bring Famula in. Take your 30 seconds.
You know, Nancy, people are blinded by partisan business now. And these are the same people who once said, your citizen, you see Georgia as God, you see Georgia as this. This is the democracy of our country you're playing with. What Mr. Barker did, there was nowhere in that statement he acknowledged for Nancy Kofa as a speaker, which means at a point in time, the Supreme Court never invade in this matter. Barker stated a couple of months ago that when the Supreme Court comes with a ruling, they will accept it and run the country. Not because the ruling, after he had lobbied for the ruling to go his way, and the Supreme Court stood on what should be right. Now Barker is coming out with a statement that saying you will work with the quorum. We are not saying you shouldn't work with the quorum in that country, but Barker, when the Liberian people are ready for you, you will see their wrath. It's not me, Alita. I sit in the diaspora. People will say, how will you wish that I sit in the diaspora? I have opportunity. I'm worried about people back home. That is what I'm worried about because you don't understand the mindset of everybody and people want to be safe on you.
Are you insinuating that the people from the minority bloc are playing anarchy? They want to undermine the state because they're not getting what they want?
It's not the people of the minority bloc. It's the Liberian people that Baka is violating.
Who are the Liberian people you're talking about?
Everybody. The majority, minority, everybody.
Is it okay to refer to our president as president? Because I hear you keep calling him Boaka. So respectfully, maybe you can just refer to him as president.
So, you lit with that, Mama. You lit.
Mr. Boaka, let me say my 10 seconds, then you can transition. Mr. Boaka has the fate of our country.
Alita, please refer to the president of the Republic of Liberia as president. Nothing will happen to you. You will not have bad dream. He's the president of the Republic of Liberia. Former president, is the former president of the Republic of Liberia. And let's
get respect to him. It can never happen in Africa.
Guys, Anthony, we're going to come to you. Please be patient. Anita, just conclude, then we can bring.
Nelson.
Anthony was the first to speak on the topic, Nelson. So
Nelson, I got 10 seconds. Say you interrupt that me. You say I should refer to who as president, Mr. Boyka? Mr. Boyka is the president of Liberia. He is the president of Liberia. Me referring to him, Mr. Boyka, does not change that. He is the president of Liberia. I cannot change. Listen, I cannot change the fact that he's the president of Liberia. I don't have to, there is no form of disrespect by referring to him as the last sovereign. University is not a disrespect. And if I were referring to him as a president, it would be on my own terms, on my own reason. If I see him as his 48 years of experience.
Who do you see him to be right now? Who do you think?
Who do I see him to be? He is a statue that sits at the executive mansion. Other people runs the government.
No, Alita, no. Alita, you have crossed the line. Alita, right there, sorry, but you crossed the line. You cannot say the president is a statue that sits at the... No, Alita, come on, man. We have people who are not even Liberians, but they watch the show. They follow our conversation. I mean, come to think about it.
I guess that's why her internet kicked her out, because you need to be respectful to the president, regardless whether you agree or disagree with him.
No, her internet did not put her out.
And that's the internet kick her out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Internet.
I mean, regardless whether you agree, you can agree and disagree.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to take anything for you to say president.
Seriously.
Guys,
yeah, just let
No, guys, let's do this. We're about to.
Man, Anthony, if you just keep quiet a little bit, what happened to you?
All the people that
are not keeping
avoid my voice. Mama, you really hate me.
Guys, please. Alita, please conclude. Let's bring Famula in. And the reason why I put you in the back is because on the show, we should respect national leaders. We can disagree with them all we want, but we can say our national leader is a statue somewhere. You know, a statue is, I don't know how to even term it. You know, so Alita, I want us to accord the president. Presidency, not president.
It was a question I was asked, and if anybody felt offended, I would like to say to you that I understand where you come from. That is, you know, we are all human beings. We make mistakes, so I understand where you guys coming from. But Nancy, what I would say here tonight is that our people are worried tonight, and if anybody can see it, they can see it. If anybody don't see it, they can go ahead. But thank you once again for the beautiful topic.
Thank you. Famula, you want to come in on this one?
Look, Nelson,
you just go to your point.
I want to go to my point, but you will not tell me when and how to go to my point, because you sat on the show here. You sat on the show here, on the same very show here, and people were saying things recklessly. You sat on the show, people have rubber diarrhea, and you never tell them, say, "Oh, I can give you something to stop your diarrhea."
No.
So don't come on the show and can't tell me, say, go to the point or go on the other side. You come in, I'm not blind, man. You had anything in your hand to be carrying me somewhere. So let me start my thing. You have Anthony on the show, you're disrupting everybody. Anybody that talk Anthony talk on it, not conducting Anthony behavior.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Yeah. Why it is true that you want us to follow the trend of the conversation, but let people behavior be regulated on the show.
Famule, can we have a single show? Okay, we're gonna come back to you, Famule. Let's have your tension come a little bit. We'll come back to you. Ture, can you come in, sir? Let's hear you.
Family should discuss the show without Anthony.
Okay, now Anthony, just right there. Was it necessary? No, absolutely not. But look, Nelson, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to be one, right? But there's something called common sense, and there's something called knowing the definition of what the war is. So let's look at the war quorum. What does it say? And what does it say in a bylaw of our Liberian House of Representatives? Right? This is what I would say to this matter, and I'm going to be very, very short, because these are legal issues, and I'm not going to come in and try to assert myself as someone who knows anything about it. I don't. Right? By the end of the day, what President Joseph Numa Boakai did today, that is someone who's savvy and wisdom wise. Let me tell you, look at the war quorum. What does it say? You need to have certain number, and you don't have it. So what are we doing business if you don't have the numbers? It says majority for Nati Kofa. I'm sorry, he does not have that. So he does not command the House of Representatives to have any business done. That is the Constitution. So the Supreme Court will have to go back and revisit that part of it too. Come on, man. This is what we'll be talking about. I've said this consistently that Liberia is not a country. Liberia is more like a territory because we don't behave as such. We sat here, we saw the illegal removal, constitutional removal of Cabinet Janet. The chicken is now coming to have itself roasted. That's what we're saying.
That's exactly what we're saying. And guess what Cabinet General said today about the decision? Cabinet General, with everything that happened to that man, he stood up today and accepted the Supreme Court decision. That's what you do as a human being who respect Constitution and respect the law by our country, even when that law that did not represent you. All right? But let's go back. This thing will be dragged on and drag on and drag on. JMB, let me tell you, I did not like the removal, or at least the attempted removal of J. Konate Kofa. I said this from the beginning, and I said it will be a problem for this president. But you know what? There's something going to drop, because these are legal matters. And what the Pape said today, any one of us, we might have our position on it, but you will drag this thing and the Pape will still prevail. The Supreme Court have to come make decision on it. They're saying it was not done rightly, right? But they also did not say that, oh, the majority black don't have the numbers to actually command the business of the House of Representatives, right? So let's stick on that. What are we talking about here? So let insert Konate Kofa as the speaker. Does he have the number to have a quorum? No, he does not. So that in itself may make his leadership invalid, because he does not command the majority to conduct business. Are we looking at that? We don't have to be lawyer to understand that.
Let me understand something here, and I want to get clearly. I want to know exactly where you sit on this issue. At one point, you say the Supreme Court made a decision. The Supreme Court, you respect the ruling of the Supreme Court, and even former Justice Janet, is a person who respects the rule of law, and then he sided with the Supreme Court. But now you come back to say that they how do you call it? You come back to question the whole aspect that has to do with the rule of law, the Constitution, the quorum, who has the quorum, who doesn't have the quorum. Where exactly do you sit on this issue? Do you think the Supreme Court was just in the right, the way the ruling was interpreted? Or do you side with the president based on his recent reaction to the situation now with the Supreme Court?
So Nelson, this is what I'll say with it, right? Let me make that clear. I did not like the whole because I was trying to prevent what is it that we are experiencing right now. I knew this was going to be an Achilles heels on JMB administration. The swift action to remove a speaker, not even a year into a presidency, for me, I think that was a far-fetched for me. But let's get back to this. Nelson, you see, these are legal issues. Everybody looking for that little niche into it, and they will stress it out for as long as they can if they have that legal binding. And this is what is going to happen, right? Yes, Cabinet Janem have said today that he support the Supreme Court decision, right?
Okay.
But on the other side too, he's not talking about the entirety. And I'm not here to speak for Cabinet Janem. I'm just giving out. I did not follow all of the reasons as to why, because you have to explain why he supports the Supreme Court decision, which of course, but I only saw like he supported it or something like that, but I did not follow all of the reasons as to why. And these are legal matters, Nelson. You can speak it any way you want to sway it, right? You still have to convince people as to what you are saying. And at the end of the day, GMB coming out today and get keen on that area, that one area, quorum. Quorum is something, I was just reading about it. It's in the Constitution, right? You can only have business, right, done. It's like all of us sitting on the platform. If we agree that the only time we can have meeting Nancy until we have 10 person on this platform, which of course the platform can only take 10%. Nancy, if we don't have that 10%, we can't have any quorum, bro. That's exactly what it is. So the House of Representatives, in essence, they are saying, or the Supreme Court is saying, that Konate Kofa is the recognized Speaker of the House, right? but it also did not give us anything to say. How can he be efficient in adjudicating his function? Because he cannot fully adjudicate his function without having, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Without quorum. So what are we talking about?
But
How can we know about this thing, bro?
let's
It's so
do this.
clear.
Ray. Okay, so let me just move to the next person for time.
Well, let me just lay on
let's
this.
take
Let me lay on this, Nelson. At
let's
the end of the day, man, let me tell you.
but I'm saying I want to move to the next person, but you're coming in with end of the day.
Let me move on my 30 seconds. I'm saying this right, Nancy. At the end of the day, what we are seeing right now, right? When you play with system, right? They don't come back and try to cry crocodile tears. When you did not even express the same energy that was done to somebody last year, right? When everybody, or at least yesterday, when everybody said it was wrong. Because history have this funny thing about repeating itself. And this is exactly what we are seeing. So don't cry about that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ture.
I'm next.
Now
I really want to go after Ture because, I mean,
okay,
I feel his passion. I want to go after him, Nelson. Is that okay?
Okay, so what we're gonna do? Let me.
No
let
problem.
Me
You can pass. You can pass on to her. You can come out of me after all.
Surely coming.
I'm gonna be really shocked, Nelson. I'm just listening to Ture, and I actually like his closing statement, which tells me that if it happened to the other person, it's okay. So our country is going into like, oh, it happened before, it was okay, so it can happen again. So what you telling us tonight, Ture, is the fact that yeah, it was okay in the past, it should be okay now. It means it will be okay tomorrow. So if the Supreme Court, who's supposed to be the highest, can come and interpret the law and say, this pricing was illegal and this other pricing is the Speaker of the House, and you are telling us that, oh, yes, because he doesn't have the number. How is he going to have the number? First, when it came out and it was interpreted that yes, the majority of people can have a quorum, so yes, they going to identify whoever his name is. I'm not going to say his name as a speaker. They gave him all the power. The executive gave him all the power. Why now the executive, when the Supreme Court come out and say, no, this pricing is not a legal speaker. This is the legal speaker. Why can't the executive turn around and be like, hey, listen, we're taking their power away from you. Let's take away the car. Let's take away the security. Because that's what makes the man pumper. And that's what gave him the right.
Shirley, here is the other aspect of this whole thing. The only reason why the government was able to function in the mind of the executive, the only reason why the government was able to function from October 17 up until now has been because the majority black had a quorum. The executive decided to work with the majority black, and there was business going on. In the mind of the executive, in the absence of the quorum, Honorable Kofa would not have conducted business. In the mind of the executive, in the absence of the quorum, the budget would not have been passed. In the mind of the executive, Honorable Kofa could not succeed in convincing his colleagues, even after 3 months,
Nelson,
in getting a quorum to conduct business.
Did you notice yesterday?
So this is where the president.
Did you notice yesterday the majority of black people were all quiet? And today, all of them have the feather to fly all over the place today. Because guess what? The executive is basically backing in. The executive is basically backing in. So I'm just saying, if the president was going to come up today and just say, yes, I agreed, and I agree with the Supreme Court ruling, and go about and take away that same right that he gave to what his name is. He take that thing right away from him. Yeah, thank you. Take that thing right away from him. I'm telling you, it was going to be different because those guys were quiet yesterday. They were all quiet. Even the one that came on spoon today and just making big mouth, he was quiet too. So it just take away the power. Because if I have the power, of course, everybody will follow. Everybody in Liberia is like, I chop my own, you chop your own. That's all they go for. They're not all for the law, and they're not standing by the law. So if our lawmakers are breaking the law, what are we going to depend on? Nothing.
Thank you.
So what it's saying to us is, if it happened before, it can happen now, and just wait, another person come in, it will happen. Because it will go on there and be like, you know what? It happened to Snow. It happened to Funati Kofa. It's going to happen to someone else. We need to have someone to stand their ground and say, let's go by the law. Let's make sure that we do the right thing. And none of them doing the right thing, not even the executive.
Thank
for
you.
the Liberian
Thank
people.
you. Thank you. If you want to come
Nelson, you have to give me 30 seconds to actually set the record straight.
You're going to have 30 seconds. This is going to go on. You're going to have 30 seconds.
So Nelson, you're not going to take me anymore?
We will take you, but we want the attention to calm down a little bit. If you can come in,
when you finish talking, I will talk. So just relax.
Oh, okay, no problem, Alfred.
But Alfred ain't talk, yo.
Yeah, but let's take AB.
Nancy, this topic is very, very much easy for us to be able to understand our dynamic, hard-working president's statement. The president did not say, I'm not obeying the Supreme Court. That was not what our law-abiding president is all about. Our president said, I will work with whosoever that have quorums. Quorum is not just the members of the House of Representatives. It goes beyond that. It has to do with the sergeants of arms. The Funati Kofa had a sergeants of arms in his meeting that he been having. They didn't actually have the number. He is almost like a two-flesh bulldog. Funati Kofa is here crying. Look, this thing here people need to understand it. It is on 2/14. The legal side, Funati Kofa won it. But they also have the political side. The Supreme Court cannot be able to tell the House of Representatives how they should be able to govern. How they should be able to go to sit down honor someone gamble who they believed that they don't want to sit down honor. The Supreme Court cannot mandate them for them to be able to do that. In fact, they can be able to remove, to impeach, to be able to introduce that bill, and that bill goes straight to the Senate. So they don't have this thing here clear. That's the reason why God will bless our president. And this president, people thinking that he don't know the law. This president know the law. Because when you're having legal luminaries around you who will be able to advise you on legal matters, yeah, come the case. The president was able to call Funati. This was not the president's first time calling Funati Kofa. Asking Funati, what is it that you want? Funati said, I want the ruling to be done. Oh, really? You want the ruling? Okay, you go. You want the president to come to say, no, I will be able to remove the car from. No. We will not strongly our government on that. Whosoever have the quorum, that's the person we'll work with. If Funati have the quorums, that Funati will work with. If Rachel Kun have the quorum, that Rachel Kun will work with. All we know, when we introduce any bill, that bill should go smoothly. Whether they go off the can and that one of their business, because they are separate from the executive. People know that that's the first branch of government. Common service.
20 seconds, AB.
So hey, kudos to our honorable vice president for winning. And let us say kudos to our president for making that decision that he made, saying that I will listen to whosoever that get a quorum. Let us see where the political ball will play. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, AB. Let me bring our Fambola now. We'll bring a few of our folks who are backstage. We'll bring them on. I see Maggie is trying to join in. Momo Tule is backstage, and Cindy is backstage. I saw George backstage, but I don't see him. But let's
backstage, Nelson.
Let me quickly and welcome and recognize my legal counsel here who came fully dressed and ready to fire, Francis Dunor. Yeah, I really admire your posture tonight and your suit. Thank you very much, Francis. And quickly, Nelson.
Nancy, you're a mess.
You know? Nelson, really? I saw that coming.
Friends are like Uncle Sam tonight.
Why
so,
man?
I mean, Nelson, you see,
Liberia
is an interesting place, and politics is not for everybody. So you see, when Mark Anthony said, when he went to bury Caesar, when he said, "Friends, remote countrymen, lend me your ears. I have come to bury Caesar, but not to praise him. The evil that men do live after them. The goose is often interred with their bones, so let it be with Caesar." The noble have told you that Caesar was ambitious. If it was so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously has Caesar answered it. So
you strong, Bagu.
We did not just go learn our things and come on the show and just be doing unnecessary chest beating. We learn it with our heart. We're committed to our studies. So when we speak here, we take our time because of the research we've made. Look, the decision today made by the president is the biggest and the best I've ever seen by any president, Democratic president. If people miss emotion, anytime you see people miss emotion and common sense, it mess up their thinking. Right away, you know the person not thinking straight. If anyone who wants to think straight, you have to put aside emotion. So the Supreme Court contradicted itself. We all saw the ruling from December, right in December. The Supreme Court said that the quorum that was instituted by the majority black was not illegal. But the act by which they removed Funati Kofa was considered as ultra-virus. So now, why is it that the Supreme Court coming to us again to self-defeat their own ruling they gave previously? Is that not contradictory? Does that not send signal that there's something behind the scene that the Supreme Court or some elements on the bench of the Supreme Court is trying to put our country in this kind of pandemonium that will lead to a serious volcanic eruption that will have no solution. So you see, Anthony is grievously and celebrating on the show for celebrating. I don't know how to even describe it. Because somebody mentioned that anarchy is coming over the country. The country is not safe. The military is going to take over. There's this, that, and Anthony is happy. You see how the people are so ludicrous. You see how the people are so evil. So today, I want to commend the president. He said it in English. I know English is not our primary language, so some people don't understand the fundamental of the Queen's language. When the president said it in slow English, not even fast English, you're not even talking fast like me. You're speaking it very slow. The lowest sound that the earpiece can hear, that the president used today. The president said it that the Supreme Court acknowledges that the quorum, which is constitutional, is the one that the Constitution itself recognized that runs the business of the house. So I don't even know how today we sitting on the show and people telling us that the president is in error or the president is doing that, and the president has said it over and over. He is in consultation. Thank you very much. The president is in consultation with not only himself, he said he's in consultation with the traditional leaders and all other stakeholders so that we can move this country forward. And nobody interest is more than the interest of the country. And the president remains the supreme leader of the country. So his voice carry what we call policy. For us, we already consider today statement as a policy.
Fambole, don't you think this is the president undermining another branch of government, which happens to be the Supreme Court, the judiciary, that oppose the rule of law? Don't you see it that way, that this is a wrong precedent that is being set at this point?
Nelson, the Supreme Court is the one that is causing, is the one that has caused this problem, this embarrassment we have today. Look, this is a calculated plan. Let me say here, people want to sugarcoat things. This is a calculated plan to disrupt and undermine the progress that this government is doing. The first statement the president made in his opening speech today, he said he acknowledges the ruling from the Supreme Court. Now, English there, which one is this? He said president undermining the Supreme Court again. It may already finish telling you say if the English too big for the men to say, oh, I acknowledge what the almost 70-year-old woman said. I acknowledge it. You see it? In June, she will be 70. I don't even know how we're going to. My man, Nelson, if I continue talking now, you putting me in a different bracket. So let me leave it like that. The president already acknowledged what the Supreme Court said already. The woman is 70 years old, so we understand June will be ready anytime soon.
But the bugger you getting almost
yeah.
I guess keep it over
So,
there.
thank you for your input. Whether 80-year president or 70-year chief justice, everyone's praying for long life. So let's leave the age issue and move on. Alfred, you want to come in, and then we can bring the rest of the guys on.
Yeah, Nelson, thank you so much. You know, it's rather unfortunate tonight that my young intellectual here is blinded by partisan sentiment. So his focus of discussion is more. I say my young intellectual here is blinded by partisan sentiment. And because of that, he is blinded by his support for Mr. Boakai. But what I want to say to you today, right? The president of the republic today, his speech was very disappointing. There is a reason why in our constitution at Article 50 that the president has 3 cardinal responsibilities. There is also a reason why that the framework of our constitution gave a single president an executive power. There's a reason why. The president has a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the country is stable. That when there is crisis, the country depends on the president for direction and leadership. So the president's statement today, having considered and understood what has happened, this executive mansion cannot immune itself from the recklessness that has occurred at the legislature. This executive mansion is responsible for the recklessness that we have experienced to where our national symbol, the Capitol building, was burned down. This president is highly responsible for it. You saw the president said today he will work with a quorum. This president was never decisive in his first place when the thing started. He still remained very undecisive.
Guys, can you hear me? Is it my internet or is it?
We can hear you, Nelson.
Is it my internet that has gone bad or is it Africa?
No, that's
can you hear me, guys?
You just a little bit, sticking us up, but we can hear you.
That's his internet.
So can I speak, Nelson?
Yeah, flow,
Because I
flow,
guess
flow.
you were trying to interrupt me.
Flow.
So I'm waiting for you.
Flow, brother.
So now, Nelson, two observations from the president's speech. The first observation that I have is that the president is telling us he's scared of the renegade people. He's scared of them. So he will not say anything that will make them feel bad. That's the first observation. The second observation is that these renegades guys, now that the Supreme Court has spoken, and he knows very well that there will be some political maneuvering, he wants to remove himself from the situation to say, my people, get my hand or I wash my hand. I don't know what's going on here. So let them do whatever they can do. Let them do whatever they can do. Me and I Isa, anything they decide, that I will well with. Knowing fully well that the Supreme Court has ruled and have made a determination as to who is the legitimate speaker and the process to follow if they decide to remove him. So let me ask this question. What happens if the president has said today, I accept the ruling, I accept Fonati Kova as a speaker, and moving forward, we urge Fonati Kova to get his quorum so that we can begin to move the country forward. What is going to happen today? Somebody just tell me that what is going to happen? This president cunningly, knowing fully well that this entire saga was perpetrated and orchestrated by the executive mansion, decided to withdraw himself.
For that.
To let the man flow. It may get 30 seconds to conclude.
You see,
Yeah,
you're talking about who should be responding on this show. You guys say who should be responding. My man, he can't be doing that. You cannot say
that's the reason why
that the executive is responsible. Come on, man.
That's the reason why we'll get 30 seconds for everybody to agree. That's what we
So
have to disagree.
Conclude,
my brother.
In as much as we want stability in this country, I want my president to be decisive. Be a leader for once. Be a leader, because that's the reason why you are the president and head of state. Be a leader for one and stop standing on the fence and allow our country to go down the drain. You have a responsibility to perform, and we cannot allow you to be sleeping. You cannot sleep on the Liberian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you. I think okay. Sherry already done, so we can go down and take Francis Donna. From there, we'll go to Sandy. I mean to our brother and Sandy before I come
in. No, Sherry is done.
Yeah. So that's going to Francis Donna. Francis, go ahead.
We can take Sandy. Sherry is done.
Yeah. Uto Francis, because Francis came before Sandy.
Can I go ahead now?
Baba, can you hear me?
Nancy, I'm getting you clear and loud. I want to go to Francis because Francis came before Sandy. From Francis, we'll go to Sandy.
Yeah, we can take Francis because
I know you're never giving priority on that. But Francis, go ahead for now. We'll go to Sandy.
All right,
Mama. Your order not good. I don't know.
You can't hear me?
It's like
because it takes me for over 1 hour. Maybe that's why.
I don't think that's the reason. It's like it's just
glitching. Can you hear me now?
It's just glitching, like
you
like
go back and come back.
I don't know.
Because I don't really want to do.
Yeah, you gotta go. Sandy coming. For now, we'll take out my brother Momo.
All right. So you guys can hear me?
Yeah, you good. You good, Sandy.
Okay. Well, it's good to be back. Look, the decision of our president to work with a functioning quorum, despite the clear interpretation from the Supreme Court, has some serious long-term implications on our country, the stability of our country. And that is not something that we should all take light here. There is a reason why the Supreme Court is the supreme body that interprets the laws of our nation. So having recognized that Punati Kofa remains the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and that the president himself said that he acknowledged what the Supreme Court has said, their interpretation, but yet he will work with the quorum. Is a weakening his stand as the leader of the nation. As the father of the nation, one who should respect the Constitution, one who should respect the Supreme Court, we expected him today to come in and say, look, we agree or we acknowledge what the Supreme Court have said. Let us work together. We encourage the Speaker to gather his quorum, and that he should start to work. He should start working with the other side to ensure that they also respect the rulings of the Supreme Court. What we expect the president to do in the coming days is that he should now, since COFA has been recognized constitutionally, the president should reinstate everything that the Speaker benefits from, including his security, including the vehicles that were taken from him, and including the office that was taken from him.
That was vandalized. Put it there.
Yeah, vandalized.
Thank you.
The Speaker deserves to be fully reinstated. Even if you want negotiation to happen, that should be the first step. But look, some of the long-term implications that we are not discussing here tonight is that with what happening, there's a possibility of erosion of our judiciary authority. What I mean is that with President Wakai open defiance of the Supreme Court ruling today, and if he continues to operate with this so-called majority bloc, it weakens the perception and the power of our judiciary branch of government. Future court decisions may be ignored by other branches. So if the president today cannot respect the rulings of the court, what stand does the court have now to rule in the future, and what will other people or other branches of government will say? They will also ignore and disrespect the rulings of the court. There is a potential constitutional crisis that is ongoing here. This stand-up need to end. And now the stand-up between the legislators and the Supreme Court and the judiciary has been ongoing for a long time, because the judiciary ruled first and then the legislature disrespected our rulings. Now the executive branch is about to add itself to this stand-up. This prolonged stand-up between the court could lead to the court, the executive, and the legislature could lead to institutional crisis. Okay? Look, we may take this lightly, but again, I always say here, what we do in Liberia, what we do as a country, affects us economically. And this would affect us economically. Okay? When you have political and judiciary instability in your country, international donors, financial institutions, private investors hesitate to engage in any serious business activity with your country, because they will have the fear of legal mispractices against their businesses or their donations. Because legal actions cannot be predicted in Liberia, cannot be respected in Liberia. So no one seriously will want to invest in your country. I asked the president, and I'm adding to the voice of many people who have spoken earlier today, that our president should revise his decision. The president should consider serious negotiation between the two groups, but the president should immediately reinstate everything that were removed and illegally taken away from Funati Kofa. Let us put Liberia image, our reputation at the highest. What is happening to our country? Coming from now the top, the leader of the nation, has the propensity to put Liberia in a very serious diplomatic problem. Liberia could face diplomatic isolation. Liberia could face suspension from regional bodies. Liberia could face conditional aid restrictions, especially from our partners who prioritize governance reform. Lastly, Liberia is bidding for the Security Council, right? We say we want it, yet we cannot respect the rulings of the highest interpreting body of our law, the Supreme Court. It is not good for our nation, and I will hope that the president will rethink. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Donald, go ahead. I think your internet should be okay.
I don't have any internet problem. I beg you. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you can use it Bonanza. All right, folks. I want to say thanks to everybody for being here so plenty tonight. And that's why Nelson kept me in the back for over 1 hour, but that's okay because I'm not moderator. On a serious note, maybe sometime some of us increase our tone of voice and people think we're angry, but today I was not even able to swallow good water. I usually drink more. You know the reason for that? I come from Lofa County. And Mr. Buakai, I'm going to call him that way, the occupant of the executive mansion, because that doesn't really change anything. Title doesn't change anything. President. So you want to put me out because I call him Mr. Buakai, then you can put me backstage. But I'm going to call Mr. Buakai, the occupant of the executive mansion. Let me go back a little bit to my 10, almost 15 years ago, readings of the science of politics. 19th century political philosophers, Thomas Hobbes, for example, from England, in his Theory of Nature said, society is nasty. And because society is nasty, it was necessary to have a bridge or a balance, let me call it that way, between the weak and the strong. That happened to be government today. Later on, we came, around the 19th century, John Locke came about and propounded a theory under the social contract that gave the people a specified time frame, whether that's 5 years, that's 6 years, whatever that is, and let them do whatever they got to do. We go to election, they don't deliver what they promise us, we remove them at the ballot box. 3 years later, Jean Rousseau came from the French background. He said, no, that is not a good thing. The people we surrender our political right to, we understand that you call it on groups something. That's so annoying. The people that we surrender our political rights to, all of us, to steer the affairs of our country or our territory, our region, whatever it is, we give them 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. They should give us the opportunity to air our views, and they should respect the norms of society. And that happens to be the law. If they don't do it, we should not wait for their time that we give them. We should remove them by force. Then the Mustiki came and propounded the separation of power, coordination, and check and balances from France. Having said that, what happened a few hours ago is of both national and international embarrassment. Now on this set, we are already closer to that door to take over Mr. Buakai and the rest of the people. We all can be political people. We all can like people and love them. But the first thing you need to understand here, on the basis of 1986 Constitution, Nobody needs to like the Supreme Court opinion. It doesn't need to be in your favor. It doesn't need to come in your way, but you must accept it. Because under Article 66, 65, and you name it, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice. There is no appealing court in our country where when the Supreme Court come out with something like here in America, you can take it to the appeal court. We don't have that. So when they say, some people don't like it, and you don't have to like it, just accept it because that is the last place we got to go. And I listen to people talking about quorum, and they only go with one side of it. And the Chief Justice alone did not make the decision. Anyway, out of 5 justices, 4 justices came up with this majority opinion. The Chief Justice did not define, or the Supreme Court opinion did not define quorum the way the president had narrowly defined it. And initially, the Deputy Speaker was presiding before the first ruling came out. It was on that basis that the majority opinion said they were in the good setting constitutionally okay. Before we go low, they carry on a danger-way activity and put Richie Kuhn to power. All the Supreme Court have said, everything that they was wrong. Yesterday and today is still wrong. The Supreme Court does not have any police power. Then we go back to fundamental elementary education when it comes to the 3 branches of government, duties and responsibility. The Supreme Court done their part, representing the judiciary, by interpreting the law. Who's supposed to enforce the law? It is the executive headed by a single person, Joseph Walker. The lawmakers, we already know what they're doing there. So my people, if the law says for the 3, and you got 50 according to the insinuation on the so-called illegal RLJ people, you did it yesterday, you can do it today. Can these people go back and get Fonati due process and get done with this? 1. Number 2, everybody, Mr. Walker is so contradictory. I have never seen any leader in Liberian history who is so contradictory equal to this paper. If you say you acknowledge the Supreme Court opinion, but at the bottom of your statement or speech, you say you will not allow anybody self-interest to oversee all lawlessness. In the context of the Supreme Court, I think the so-called majority bloc have conducted themselves in the lawless manner, including the occupants of the executive mansion, have conducted himself into a lawless manner from the get-go of the whole saga. And let me tell you something.
Yeah, Francis, 30 seconds. I come in. 30 seconds. I don't want to ask you.
From the get-go.
I come in now, Francis. Francis, like, just 30 seconds and you can conclude on that. I just want to ask you a simple question. According to your statement, you're talking about the minority.
But this is not part of my 30 seconds, right? The question.
No, you just conclude with it now. Plus, they want you just conclude because all the time.
All right, then
you
talk too much to them.
You just conclude with it. It's just a simple question because I hear you talking about the majority and the minority. They should go back and get it falling now. So my question to you, because I always ask the question and I see nobody answer that question yet, and I'm looking for a legal man to answer that question. In case they go, the minority and the majority go. The majority go to section and they do the quorum and stuff. I mean, no, not the quorum, but the numbers. And the number not reach 249. And the majority say, you know what, we can sit on Fonati Kofa. So we're leaving. And Fonati Kofa can have quorum if the number is not falling above 49 or maybe above 30 something. So how you think that Liberian people are going to survive?
Moreover, the tea is simple. Majority have said it with consistency, they got the numbers, right? In fact, they're not 49, they got 50. According to them, I listen to for the family. Okay? And in addition to that, from all indications, the way we listen to Fonati Kofa, they feed it, probably Fonati Kofa was about to resign. But for us to make this thing that only Fonati holding the country hostage, Joseph Walker is not holding the country hostage, and the so-called majority bloc not holding the country hostage, I think Fonati is not in this for himself. Okay? Fonati is in there so that the rule of law can be upheld. Why Joe Walker cannot prevail on his people that do not have the necessary political capital, including the executive mansion, to get the 49? Why are they not doing that? Eddie had the necessary political capital that led to 2 speakers resigning. Blanchita is not resigning. You need to have the relevant political capital to make sure the people hit the constitutional threshold to remove their people. In addition to that, finally, few seconds, 1 second, actually, there is a procedure laid down in their own rules. When you are being investigated as a sitting speaker, you do not have the right to preside. They just need to go to session, ask for Nati to recuse himself because he's under investigation for removal. Why they're not able to do that?
Let me hold you there, Francis. Thanks a lot. I don't know where we are because
we do Ami been here a long time.
So Amy, can you come in? Then we're gonna take Momo. Maggie, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on. We have people in the background who is here to speak, and then I don't know if we can even.
I speak in the background. Y'all let people talk for 10 minutes. Y'all let everybody else talk for 10 minutes too. So let me get to the point.
Go ahead,
so first of all, I see everybody coming here, most people in their feelings and as usual trying to bash at the president. But all that judicial responsibility and all that constitutional reading that they can do here, there's no way they're telling us that the president can go in a House of Representatives and beat these people but to sit down. Even if the president took car from Rachel Kuhn, took voting from Rachel Kuhn, there is no way he can tell Rachel Kuhn and the rest of the guys, sit your butt down and listen to Fonati Kofa. He has no right to do that. He cannot do that. And then what happened? We all stand still, right? But guess what? These guys are still getting paid. They're getting their benefits every month. Everything is that due to themselves. And what happened? Pour them out water in the market. Pour them over something that done something. No medicine, nothing, everything is stagnant. But the people who holding the country hostage, everything is moving forward for them, right? That's what people telling us here to do and telling us. But these same people here, they admire Ibrahim Traoré. What the other guy named from Rwanda? What's his name?
Paul Kagame.
They love what they're doing, right? They got no problem with that. But when the president says that, I acknowledge the Supreme Court ruling. What is so hard for you to understand from that? But I will not hold the country hostage. I will work with, and that's what the Constitution says, whoever has quorum. So what is that? Joe Braga holding the country hostage. I'm so disappointed in Joe Braga. There's whatever going on, right? Politically, it had nothing to do with anybody that coming to do that whatever regular business and something that I don't think so. That is politics that go on in every country. Okay, that has nothing to do. I can't believe you're telling us yesterday it's not about Fonati Kofa. Who is this about? This is about Fonati Kofa. Well, what kind of rule of law that Fonati Kofa when you're ready? Oh, he's a seasoned lawyer. The other people that left it because the country was something. They were not seasoned, they were tasteless. So we should sit here and allow our people to be suffering because seasoned lawyers standing up. The burning Capitol building, we should give them what they want because they are seasoned lawyers. What our people suffers. And they're there getting whatever, like I said, they're getting benefit, they're getting paid. None of them over there.
Let's come on the show tonight.
All of them.
No, but Anthony's been talking. So
since the whole thing started, none of them had lost any pay or benefit from there. Oh, everything is illegal, right? According to the Supreme Court. But in the illegal budget, everything that they're operating, they're telling people to do something. They can say everything back for us to start from status quo, right? They can't do that. But everything else is illegal. So what do you want us to do? Why don't we start from you, Madam Chief Justice? Your pay, your benefits and everything. Let us bring everything back, all the World Bank or whatever thing that the other people did. Let's start from status quo. Why don't we do that? And just hold the constitution. Let everybody sit down. because Fanatico is a seasoned
I
lawyer.
mean, you're taking my talking point, no.
He's a seasoned lawyer. He wanna set record. So let's say I hold the country hostage. Let everybody start. Are you kidding me right now? You think those people are doing it because they care about the Liberian people? They don't. And that's my point. Okay? I don't care. They can hold whoever want to be there. What are that if that want to move the country forward, let it go. Okay? We're not coming hold Liberian people to be suffering and talking about people. Everybody that are talking about corona, yeah, they're not saying it because of Liberian people. They're saying it because of what side they are sitting on. That's what they're doing. They come here with a hypocritical stuff and the rule of law. But then you see people enjoy, like I said, Ibrahim Traore work. Ibrahim Traore is saying nobody. There's no rule of law. The country not falling down. Oh, but when Bwaka says that I'm not going to hold the country hostage, I'm going to work with whoever has corona. The Supreme Court said the way they removed Francisco Fa was wrong. Where did the Supreme Court says that the country shouldn't move forward? They shouldn't do anything. Even if you get corona, they shouldn't do business. Where did it say that? Why are we here misleading our people and telling our people you want to make the people feel like, oh, when you go to a court, there was something they were not saying because or something political people fighting in a hustle. When you go to court, they will not listen to your case. They will do the same thing to you. That is a lie. Stop lying to the people. That's not what it happened before. You said Eddie stood up. Most of you said Eddie did it broadly. Eddie came out and did it. So that make it right. Y'all said that, right? So Bwaka should have done the same thing. He tried to stay out of it. Y'all still try to pull him in this thing here. He the one did it. He the one did it. And then some people coming to that. Now we see that Bwaka did it. You've been saying it. So what is that now that you see? Okay, so I think the president's decision, it was very wise. He never defied the Supreme Court. Something he never said anything against what the Supreme Court said. He said he agreed with it, but he's not going to keep the country in this. And he even said it in the Constitution. Whoever has quorum, he will work with you. How is that? How is that not following the rule of law? How is that? Where did the Supreme Court did all that ruling they did? Where did it say the president is not allowed to something with whoever have quorum? Who says that? I don't think any of them say that in our ruling. So we need to stop coming here and something for people that are burning Capitol building because if it's not me, the country should fall down. And you got some people standing there talking about, oh, I want the country to fail and something, and then the behind it in the back pushing brown envelope and something there to come cause chaos in our country, and then they passing around fear mongering and got a propensity to start trouble. The only trouble that will be started will be in your bedroom, in your family house. It will not start with the Liberian poor ever again in Jesus' name. Thank you, Nelson.
So you ended your whole analysis with Sunday school. Anyway,
oh yeah, because he whispered all over because he's scaring the people that want to do that.
Man, our country is in trouble.
You are here to
no, it's not.
Yeah, let's have Anthony to come in.
I want to come in.
My man, stop it.
Anthony, be quiet, man. I don't want to come in. Be quiet, man.
Guys, I asked a simple question.
Anthony was the first.
Anthony was the first.
I thought he was the first, bro.
We can all be talking together. I mean, if Anthony spoke, we'll still figure out.
Yeah, I was the first.
If you just go back and watch the show when we're talking together, you will feel terrible. So Anthony, I understand you spoke initially from the very start of this conversation. So let's have Chokon to speak, then Momo will come next, and then Maggie will speak, then we'll go to the phone lines.
I thought you want me to talk to that, that's fine.
Yeah, so Mobile, you take us to the phone lines, actually. Chokon, you want to come in?
Nancy, I thought you saw me. I ain't been here for long, no. Hey, give me that preference for now.
No, your microphone okay tonight. Your microphone okay tonight. So
I got.
Chokon, you want to go in? Chokon, we can't hear you.
Yeah, me too, Chokon.
On me, yes, sir, bro. No, we can stay here. There's somebody calling, so
Okay, so
God
I'm
on
sorry. Mobile, you can come in. Then
yeah. Let me because look, let me say this, right? Nothing. You know, we all come here every day. We get our ideas and other stuff when it comes to our country. But I see a lot of people, you know, like today I ask questions. I call a lot of people and ask certain questions, and up to the time, see like no one answered that question. And I then asked my brother friend said Donna. I even asked Anthony, but he just be around the bush. Now we are talking about the government. You're talking about we get 73 lawmakers, and all of the 73, maybe because before you have a quorum, you got to be 37 according to the law. You got to be 37. Now you don't even have the 37. You don't have the 37, but you want to go and say, you know what? I will force the people who say they don't want to work with me. I will force them. Look, from the beginning of the entire saga, we all came here. We condemn the act, but we can't hold the country on hostage because of one person. Look, let me say this. Eddie Snow was on the scene on record saying he wanted government to fail. You know how many people want this government to fail? This majority of the lawmakers who making laws, right? They undermine this government because they're talking about politics. They're not talking about the Liberian people. They're thinking about the Liberian people. Then we'll come and talk about law. We'll talk about constitution. Let's agree that the Supreme Court rule in favor of the minority group. Go by the status quo. Go by any law, anything you do is not in the confines of the law. But then guess what? You took pay under the same fanatic cover. I mean, all fanatic cover Richard Kuhn. Right? You took pay on Richard Kuhn. So you want to tell me say you won't take that money and give it back because it was not in line with the Constitution? That's why the president came up. And I've seen people say the president, the statement he made against the Constitution, he going against, so he can even bring war and other things. I think that is wrong. We shouldn't even think about it. The president, look at what the president said. He said, I respect what comes from the Supreme Court. But it's not because of one person we will hold the country hostage. Now, next thing, let's look at the minority group. Let's agree, we say, okay, the majority and the minority say, we are not working, right? The majority say, okay, we're going to session. Let the minority go. The minority go, they're not reach 37 to hold quorums. How you think the country is going to function? Let us be real. We shouldn't put politics in everything. And we're looking at people talking about the rule of law, people respecting the code. When the court in Liberia could not even hold the case of Georgia, they got to send it to Electoral because it was so corrupt to the extent that even when you go to Georgia, even when you go to the court, they will not accept it. They go to Electoral. Next though, Cabinet Janet, Georgia will never honor the court. But today, sedition passing around. Even Ascar going on record saying he would defy the court. Then you won't come here and talk about, you want to talk about moral? Let's not forget about moral. Let's discuss the issues. You got a sedition. You got had no ground to talk in this. Because doing your redeem, what you did was more worse than what now is going on. People say, why the president did not agree to the minority or go and tell the Liberian people, say, okay, you know what? We'll put everything on hostage because the Supreme Court has, said what they want to say. But then you look at the Liberian people. So it meaning that let us be real, let us put our thinking cap. So now we the Liberian people, let us sit and say, because they both us not agree to anything, so the entire country should be on pause. And I see people talking about the president should interfere in the legislature matter. What you want the president to do? He should go like my sister said, he should go and hold and beat them. He should go and hold her ear like a child. Mexico is on record on the show. He said the president speak. The president came before when the whole thing started. He said the president talk behind the scene, but nobody listening. Then what coming every day we beat on the president. What we can get our common idea to the president. The president coming hold the country on hostage because of a few group of people, because somebody own enjoyment, because somebody only care about themselves, not about the Liberian people. If you care about the Liberian people, you will not go and tell the people that we cannot hold quorum because the majority group got to agree to the minority group. We're not here for that. We are Liberians. We will not hold the country on pause because fanatical want to speak of shit. They all want it for their own personal greed.
30 seconds.
Yeah, let me conclude. They all want it for their personal greed. It's not because of Liberia. Because of that, the president will come out and say, let us pause the country. Let us wait and see what will come from all of it. But to the seditions, as Carl get on record, who defy the court when the court get her ruling, then you want to come here and tell you don't even get moral value to even talk about court ruling. Seditions, reactions. When people talking one independent man, people, we don't want to talk about seditions. You're never condemn it. But today you want to come here and talk about the president do the president. No one man business, the president will hold the country on stage. Thank you, Nelson. The country will move forward.
Thank you.
But why you picking for sedition one? I want sedition one say that.
Shirley, welcome back from swallowing some heavy GB at this hour of the night. Let's take. You know, Shirley couldn't hold back. She had to go in on GB and take But let's take Chokon quickly, and then we can take Momo, Maggie, and then we'll go to the phone lines. Chokon, I don't know what's happening to your gadget tonight. We're still not hearing you. Chokon?
Take the headphone off and see.
I think you gotta remove the headphone or transition to Maggie. Why you figure that out?
Okay, so let's take Maggie. Maggie, you want to come in on this one? Chokon, you got love, but you can't make it.
I thought that would be me and then Maggie go.
Oh, Momo, we're coming to you.
Momo.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, Chokon, nothing.
Go ahead, Maggie. Go ahead.
Chokon, we still can hear you. I know you have love, but you can't make it. I can see the love in your eyes, Chokon. But you just can't make it. You know, you have to work. The thing ahead. You know.
Maybe Chokon should log out and log back in.
Yeah, Chokon. Maybe you can restart your gadget. Probably it will help. Maybe you can.
Automatic, you right? Barrett. I'll be wearing this one.
Okay, yeah. You leave Mr. Kumi's berry wearing a brand to Harry
Follow me one.
Go ahead. Maggie, you want to come in?
Sure. Hi guys, it's been long, very, very long time. But what I was about to say, Ami said it and what in the Marva. So I don't want to be like we singing solo. I mean song, not even solo. Singing song here. Because here's the thing. The Supreme Court, like my brother Marva said, I think Ami even touched on it. And somebody again touched on it. They are contradicting themselves. What I said so. We are currently operating on a national budget that was passed by the majority back successfully. And the Supreme Court telling us they are going to give the money that their salary back and all the other budgets that were passed. If the majority black, according to them, illegal, why they receiving money up to now? The justices they received their salary. So their hands are in a corky jar, and they're telling us, the Liberian people, that the majority black is operating illegally. How will you be then receiving money illegally too? You don't shake your head. You don't shake your head. Let me talk what I have to say. You shaking your head, it will fall down.
Maggie, go ahead.
It will fall down. It will fall down. So it will fall down. So like I was saying, they're receiving a pay under the same budget that was passed. The budget wasn't passed on a cover. It was passed on a own leadership. And the country been moving on a own leadership. Why the Supreme Court did not say, okay, let's stop everything. We will not receive our pay because this is illegal. So are they receiving illegal money too? Since the majority black, according to them, they are illegal. I don't understand. The budget passed and everything went successfully. Secondly, the president was right. We have this is third grade, 3 equal branches, different. The executive cannot go sit down to the legislature branch and tell them what to do. The country have to move on. The country have to move on, not because Fonati Kofa want to sit there and continue going to court. So we should put the country and say, you should be statue because that fitting with Fonati Kofa? No. I don't think the president was wrong to say he will work with the majority and work with those who have the numbers. So yeah, move on. I was still talking, but I mean, I don't want to keep repeating what I said. And again, one more thing before I can log out.
Maggie, just before we let you go, don't you think it was prudent for the president to have, supported the ruling from the court?
He supported it, but he cannot keep the country. He supported it, but he cannot keep the country on a standstill because the country is currently operating under the budget that was passed. So are they going to go back to the House and resubmit the budget for 2025? So the money, the salary that are being paid to civil servants, they should return the money to? They should return the salary? No, the budget was passed. The president is not saying, "Oh, I disagree with the Supreme Court ruling." No, he did not say it. He said he's going to work. Whoever that have the country at heart, now, George, we are hot now, but the country at heart, you will work along with them. The minority black doesn't have the number. You cannot have 37% running the country.
Lord have mercy.
Thank you.
It's not.
Thank you.
That's not how it's supposed to be. And our brother Cindy saying, so the country, no investor going to come. What we see happening right in the U.S. here? The court, the Supreme Court going back and forth, back and forth.
Say thank you.
But right.
No. Thank you. Talk for 30 minutes. You talk for 30 minutes.
Okay,
I want to talk for 5 minutes and you're talking about
Maggie, actually, we have to go to the phone lines. We have to go to the phone lines.
Go to the line.
Yeah. So let's bring Momo in finally, then we'll go to the phone lines. You got Chokon, you want to say something? We can hear you.
You still can hear me?
We can hear you.
You can hear me now, right?
I can hear Chokon.
But guys, you can't hear Chokon. No, don't say that.
No, I'm hearing Chokon.
That's it. Start out. Can hear Chokon now. Come on, Chokon.
You can hear Chokon.
Yeah, I think they can hear me now.
I can hear Chokon, Nelson. Stop there.
No, I'm not coming in. I'm not coming in going back.
Okay, Chokon, come on. Go ahead.
Say we
can hear you. Go ahead.
House.
Go ahead, Choko.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm not often philosophical, right? But listen to Big Brother Francis, Nimi, Jinja, Ruzu, and all of the philosophers. So I would like to start by making this open statement, and that goes directly to Maggie and some of the comments on the show. Leadership has a positive correlation with control and influence.
if you are a leader presiding over the most corrupt body and you cannot control or influence at least one person from 10 persons to being the kind of person you are, then you are not a leader, you are a failure.
No, I'm coming. I want to come back with you on that.
Just give me 1
If you
second. I
cannot
just came on the
control,
show.
if you cannot control 10% out of
No, I'm
one person,
saying,
no,
I'm saying, for
That's a
example,
lie
right?
about
If
Funagi.
No. Momo, please don't interrupt the brother.
Momo
Please
always
go ahead.
interrupt me.
Choke on.
Yeah,
Choke on.
I can touch on that later. And I also want to say that to know is science, but to know what one knows is ignorance. I repeat, to know is science, and to know what one knows is ignorance. Mr. Bwaka had the single most important opportunity to have developed Liberia as compared to all of the presidents that we have had in Liberia in recent age. All of the lawmakers and actors from the CDC supported everything that President Baka introduced. Even Funati Kofa, who was the most senior official from the CDC in government, supported the agenda of this government. That was an opportunity for this president, although I do not support him, to implement his agenda and transform Liberia. From my lens as an emerging leader, I think leadership is like a culture troop, wherein if Molba is asked to dance, he should come and present his best style. After that, he should give Momo the opportunity. After Momo finished dancing, Choco should come and dance. President Weah is no longer the president of Liberia. That is inarguable. Our term have been completed. Waka had the opportunity. Why is it that we are going after? Why is it that we are going after Funati Kofa? Fast forward, the court have ruled. That provided President Baka another opportunity, a unique opportunity to have demonstrated leadership. And let me conclude by saying that this guy doesn't have a single emblem of leadership. And for me, I do not believe how long you serve in government. But if my brother Molba has served he has worked at the Ministry of Finance for 50 years, and there's not a single deliverable or tangible that he can show me, then he's a failed person. Everyone on the show, all of pretense, will say that they are not wanting government job. For me, I'm a young man, grew up in the interior, have struggled to educate myself. I am eager to serve my country. I'm wanting to go back home.
So you are
even
trying
if
to
I'm giving
say,
a sweeping job, not on a Bwaka.
No, you are trying to say, President, we have absolutely no contribution to your education. I mean, is that what you just said on the show?
No, it's not what I said. I was supported in school by the CDC. That is inarguable. I cannot bite my tongue about it. I posted it on my Facebook page.
Oh yeah,
It's
we are supported
inarguable.
them, man. We are the guy and Papi Flomo, all the men, I know all the support that we are sponsored in school.
So, but
I wonder why.
you know more
That
But we
about
shouldn't go into my
the
personal. We shouldn't go into my personal
ANC.
issue, Nelson.
But are you
Yeah,
burning the show
sorry.
after the man talking?
Sorry. Please go ahead. Chokon,
I
go
said
ahead.
Nelson. I said Momo. What Momo is talking?
Go ahead.
Did the message finish?
Oh no, I'm not done yet.
No, Choko's still talking.
Yeah, just to conclude.
Yeah.
The president had an opportunity to have demonstrated leadership. And I still think it's not too late for the president. For me, the president's speech was a bit vague. It was vague. People have their own interpretation, but based on the ruling of the Supreme Court, it illegitimates the sitting of any group that doesn't have a speaker. So the president right now, he does have control over his guys or his gang from the Unity Party. He can definitely influence them because Funati Kofa and the guys from the CDC supporting his agenda. Why is it that you cannot influence the guys to come over and support your agenda? If Funati Kofa, for whatever reason, I'm from the CDC, if he has ventured into any act of corruption and he is guilty, I'm one person who want to see him in jail. And not just Funati Kofa. Anyone from the CDC that have stolen a cent from the national cover, they should go in jail. And my reason is because I'm one person who I'm not comfortable where I am. That is because I want to live home. I want to live in Liberia. And I want to live in a country where I'll be comfortable to take my daughter back home to attend college, to attend high school, to attend hospital. I don't want to be traveling to Ghana, Ivory Coast, or where have you to go and see medical doctor for malaria. So I want the government to cooperate with everyone, regardless of their political alignment, and whoever hand is being caught in the cookie jar, they should be prosecuted and persecuted. That is the way in which it should work. And I'm not trying to say that the CDC government didn't go after anyone, but right now the CDC is not in power. The United Party government is in power, and they should exhibit the leadership that they criticized the CDC of not having.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you,
no problem. I was
Chukwu.
there, brother.
Yeah, so Momo, you can take us to the phone lines. Actually,
Yeah.
maybe you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's that was a long wait, But anyway, thanks for the show, and you guys have said it all. But here's how I want to come in the whole conversation. So all the fear mongering, the fear tactics from many of my colleagues on the show, especially the guy from the camp of the CDC, talking about there'll be a constitutional crisis, there will be this, the country will not buoyant. Let me speak in Liberia. Our country will not buoyant.
Amen. Amen.
So
Praise the
look,
Lord.
there's an issue here, right? This thing has boiled down to politics. Kofa, in as much as Kofa has won the constitutional, component of the entire fight, he has lost the political fight. And once he has lost that political fight, he doesn't have that command and control over the people that he has to work with in order to do the country's business. And that's where his problem is. Okay? The president did acknowledge the ruling of the Supreme Court. And that Supreme Court, I'm going to say to you all tonight, is one of the major problems, the group that caused the problem we have today. If you knew you had the ability to make your opinion as clear as you did in recently, why didn't you do it a long time ago? Why did you have to keep our country? Why did you have to leave it to the executive or people to interpret what you said? Why didn't you do this a long time ago? Why did you have to allow our country to drag in the mud for such a long time? This is the reason why we said there's some issue with our country jurisprudence. There's issue there. That's why sometimes we say that we question, the workings of people like, the Supreme Court justice, this is not right. This thing should not have gone this far. They themselves caused this president to be in such position. And then to where we've come, where our financial instrument that have already become a law, the budget, was passed on this quote unquote what you people call unconstitutional or majority group. The single instrument that has become law of the nation was passed under the gavel of Richard Coon. What are we going to do with that? We've gone too far to just make that 360-degree turn. So what do we have to do now? The president acknowledged the ruling of the Supreme Court, but he also said in his address to the nation today that he's going to work with with whoever has a quorum. So it is not left with for Nadi Kofa to go and see whether he can get a quorum. But is that possible? He's not going to get it. None of his friends, majority of the group don't have that confidence. He has lost the confidence of majority of his colleagues. What I think Fonati should be doing now is, in the best interest of Liberia, put the country ahead of you, above your self-interest. And say, my man, stop shit. That's not how people behave. Your citizen behave so rudely on the show. You don't behave like that. Start nodding your head. If you have something, if you disagree, you don't be nodding your head like that. That's not how people, sitting in
That's true. You can distract the person not talking. You distract the person.
That's distraction. You need to stop that.
Yeah,
so
Momo,
you don't have to agree with me on the show. Let me tell my own.
Nelson,
you tell your own.
Okay, shake out here, right? We all can shake out here, but you can't do it in a way like that. That's been so
Yes.
very, very much excessive.
Put him in the back. Let him go shake your head in the back.
No,
Put him in the back. If they try to do
no.
whatever, go in the back and go think
Please
just
go
Want to
ahead.
shake the head, though.
chop your head.
Momo, make your input. A
Okay,
concentrated
so
mind is
you will not
never
distract me. You will not distract me.
Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
and again, lest we forget, it is this same Supreme Court that unconstitutionally removed one of their colleagues that he had to go to the ECOWAS court for redress. They came back to your government, your executive branch, headed by your former president, George Manuel Weah, asking him to pay back certain amount of money or to reinstate a cabinet general. What did you guys do? You guys refused. You guys refused to listen to the rule. You guys violated the rule of law. Now you guys want to talk about the rule of law. And now I'm going to use seditions. Now, it is you. Look, you guys have no moral ground to sit on a platform to talk about rule of law. You guys were the same people, your executive branch, headed by your president, George Manuel Weah. You people refuse to give the addition 10 lawmaker that noise guy. What's the name?
Yeah.
You people refuse to give him his salary. The exact same Supreme Court order your George Weah, honor his leadership as the head of the executive branch to give that lawmaker, because I don't like calling his name, his due salary. You people refuse. Akaras Grace said they would now bow to the Supreme Court order. Then you want to sit on a platform and talk about rule of law? You
Was
forgot
it wrong then?
what you did?
During that time, was it wrong?
What?
During
It was
that
wrong.
time that
It
you
is
pointing
the
out,
Supreme.
was it
The
wrong for
Supreme
them to
Court
do
is
it?
the final arbiter of justice in the country.
So
Once the
if it was
Supreme Court,
wrong before, then you telling us
hold on,
it's
let me
right
speak now. No, I've already said Fonatikova has won the legal battle. I'm not saying it wasn't wrong for the Supreme Court to pass a judgment that Fonatikova and Mrs. Fonatikova, the legitimate speaker. But Fonatikova should understand that he cannot conduct the country's business when he no longer has the confidence of his colleagues. It is literally impossible. Why will you hold the country at a stalemate? Allow the country to business to continue. So take your self-interest, because this is not about the country again. It's about Fanatic Kofa. It's about his ego. Allow the country to move on. Give the country chance to move on. You don't have the confidence. These guys will never go under the gavel of Fanatic Kofa, because if they do that, they will totally lose the battle. Because once you go under his gavel and you ask him to recuse himself, he said he set aside. You've already committed to continue to be under the gavel. There's no way there will be no way that the majority of blacks will say, okay, so we came under your gavel, we will not go there tomorrow. The order of the day will start as soon as they go under his gavel. So they are not going to do that. So if you know you're not going to have a confidence of their friends, let the country move on. Just resign. Say, look, I was fighting this fight to let you guys know that constitutionally or legally, I was right, and the court has proven that I'm right. By this, I will allow the country to I will not. Because of me, I'm not going to hold the country hostage, and I will allow the country to move on. People give Fonadikova a lot more respect than what he's doing now. So I just urge our people to pray for our country, because what is happening now is not right. And our president, Joseph Nimba has done the right thing. He has acknowledged the court, but he said he's going to work with those who have the quorum, and the quorum is still with the majority bloc, and will continue the business of the nation, and not continue, and not allow you people, not allow Fonadi Kofa and his so-called minority group or so-called rule of law group to hold the country at a stalemate. This would not happen. Thank you. I rest my case here. I'm going to start right because I want you guys to go to the phone line.
I go to the phone line.
So guys, I've had a lot of calls. Our audience, the people are angry. The people say they want to participate. They want to call in.
back to back. They've been calling.
You let them
so-
go, yeah. Nobody more can go on, yeah.
Come on, man. I mean, not
Let people
imagine-
come, if I have a 30 seconds to respond to
Nelson,
any question about the budget.
Nelson, shall come and kneel, Nelson. You promised me 30 seconds.
Nelson, if I may
you
respond to the question
get
that you
30
asked about the
seconds
budget,
closing.
because I think a lot of people are missing.
You will get 30
about this
seconds
budget
the
thing.
closing. Let's take our
You
first
can
caller.
come in
Hello.
your closing. Come and
Okay.
in your closing.
Yeah, we okay. You have 30 seconds, sir. Please.
No, not 30 seconds, please.
Oh, so everybody won't have that way on the show yet. You get 30 seconds. I say you get 30 seconds.
Shirley.
Oh.
Shirley. Let
Say
me
yes.
say this to you. If you say, Shirley, my daughter, you say you don't want the man, can you and you are forced you with that man? You in America. Answer that question. You have the right. Answer that question. You will answer that question at the end of this show. Look, Nelson, the war acknowledgement. The president said it clearly. That's the same question I asked your bossman today. You muted me.
Oh.
I asked that same question today. You and your bossman, you were looking at my face. I was looking at you and September face today. You were lying to the Liberian people. That
No. Oh, listen. Oh, my birthday, no. I beg you.
Yeah.
I beg you. Whatever happens. No, whatever happened on Spoon Talk, let it remain on Spoon Talk. Let Tori won't talk.
Let review on Spoon Talk. To all the seditious that sitting down here, the English war acknowledgement is a great thing honoring the son that when you say I acknowledge the ruling
20 seconds
of the Supreme Court. But
yeah,
I will work with the majority to move this country forward. Development is going on in our country. Lot of things is going on in our country. We sitting down here. You're going to look at the road and go to your the southeast. You're going and go look at the road in your own southeast. Where President Kiffer spent 27 years almost became king in Liberia. King, your Baku king. The road is going to Southtown. It's going to his home. Shame on you.
Okay, thank you.
Articulate where the word acknowledgement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And share the answer that question.
Thank you.
Man can force you or your parent can force you to be with somebody that you say you don't like.
So okay, thank you. Hello,
I will
your name.
answer you, Papi.
Your name. Let's hear you. Your name and where you come from. You want to go ahead? Your name?
Yeah. Good morning, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
I say hello to the panelists. So the name remains Sakala. So you So I'm disappointed to know that people who live in a refined system will come to know and analyze the rule of law, especially the ruling for the Supreme Court on the contrary. Then I think it's unfortunate. But let me weigh my thoughts in on this side.
Yeah.
They said that you have a court have to deciding that is elected by you. Now see, it pains me that people who live in a type of refined society will wait in the thought tonight and not thinking about
but that the people on the thought now waiting on the thought. So.
No. So I'm coming. It's unfortunate. CDC was given one term because they failed to do the needful. So are you also saying our only brother will suffer to pray? Only because CDC failed yesterday, which you also failed? I said no to I said no to Moba. I said no to Amy. If the Supreme Court, if we respect the rule of law, it's one of our pillars. And we are saying that, look, let's listen to the Supreme Court. The laws are clear. If you have a quarrel, you have to preside. Inasmuch as Reticle was now, the Supreme Court said that all of their actions were unconstitutional. I won't go to the PFM law because I don't go to control class. I expect those analysts to have a government working knowledge because
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let's hold you there. Yeah, but
you not come and try to insult on the platform.
You're taking too long. Let's take another person. Hello. Yeah, hello. Please go ahead quickly.
My name is Emmanuel Mark, and I'm calling from Philadelphia. How you doing?
Yeah, Mr. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, my man. Let me be the devil advocate here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have been one of those people looking at Liberia 177 years, and we are talking about everyday constitution. Look, sorry to say this. If the speaker who is in the house right now, it is the reason that bills are being passed and Liberia being developed, let it be developed. We have been on our constitution for 177 years. Where is Liberia right now? We are in the same that Timmy is talking about. So it's with us or it develop
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is it your phone or the callers tonight? You gotta break it up.
Nelson, that
What's
guy
wrong
was
with that? Is
coming
it
in
low
broken.
or what?
Yeah, he was coming in broken. I don't know why.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, guys.
Yeah, can you hear this caller well?
Yeah. He's clear.
You guys can hear me?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Okay. So, first thing is that I want to.
Please say your name first and where you're calling from.
Fabash. My name is Fabash.
Okay.
So tonight I'm coming for a different angle. So I will start with my boy, Moluba, Ami, and the other people. You know, they are regrouping. Y'all want to? Y'all not doing on the show to the CDC regrouping. Y'all went there, the man who went, what they were doing for Supreme Court, he lost a case that made a go represent Fonadi Kofa. The same man what go lost to ECOWAS, I never represent Fonadi Kofa. So the first thing is that in the absence of
I think
Wow.
the men are clear.
I think I'm Nelson.
Nelson, I don't think.
Let's just forgo the call tonight, Nelson.
Nelson's are frozen now.
The call is coming through from Nessie in. So
okay, can someone provide can someone provide an alternative number on
set? Let me get a number.
My Google number 267
Yeah,
586 5479.
You're sure a lot of CDC men to get that number. So easy to call the net.
That's my Google number. After the show is off.
Please give a number that we can use.
Amy, just pin your number on
267.
Let me pin the number.
When you call before you can come through again. 586
Can you guys hear me?
5479. Yeah, Nelson is coming for later tonight.
Yeah, Nelson, your internet is so bad tonight.
But you know what? We'll do our closing, man.
Yeah, let's do our closing.
No. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
You getting called?
Hello, caller. What's your name and where you calling from?
Okay, I'm the same person for Bush. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead for Bush.
All right. So I was talking about Fonadi Kofa legal, the person that represented Fonadi Kofa in the court.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he lost a case in the court, right? If I may be right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the same man that doing job we after he lost the case, right?
Oh, I know.
Okay. So here's the point. It said in the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker presides.
Mm-hmm.
So was he wrong? Was Plan Error wrong? No. So in the absence of Fonadi Kofa, someone fell out there and he called a quorum. And
everybody voted against Fanatic Kufa. They voted for Richard Coon. So why are you guys blaming Joseph Boga in the whole thing? That Joseph Boga went in the hotel to vote for Richard Coon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joseph Boga wasn't the one that went in the house to vote for Richard Coon. And besides that, there are 3 hands who they want to put in Nimba County.
Thank you, my brother. We gotta take other calls. Thank you for your point.
I have a caller, Amy. I have a caller quick.
Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello?
I mean, when they Amy receive a call, and I know you see people calling on your phone, they can call it.
Hello, caller. What's your name and where you calling from?
I'm Abraham to not calling from USA, North Dakota.
Oh, can you talk a little louder, please?
Hello?
Yeah. Where you calling from?
North Dakota, Abraham to not.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Abraham. You got 1 minute.
Yeah, my attention has been drawn to the Representative Saka.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard the other man saying that you guys did it, Joey time, so why we did it today, and you guys so it means that
no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
After 6, yeah.
That's not my brother. That's not what he said. Let's correct the point you make. That's not what he said. He didn't say because it happened in church reaction, so they should do it this time. That's not. He was just making a point that people are pointing it out now. He's just pointing out the hypocrisy of it. He didn't say they should do it. Oh, it was right. Go ahead.
That may be my point, right? So are you getting me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm now a spokesperson for Fanatic Kufa, right? But
Okay.
those guys had to go back to the drawing board to see if they can get a number. If they want to vote Fanatic Kufa, they're voting her. I'm not a party. I'm not a physician.
Okay.
I'm not a unit partisan. I'm just speaking directly.
Okay. Thank you.
So country first, we'll go country first.
Absolutely.
No interest first. So
Okay. Thank you.
let them go back to the drawing board and see if they can get a number to vote in the house.
All right. Thank you.
Let me let the caller go ahead quick, please.
All right, caller. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
Zaza, go ahead, please. Zaza, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Sandy. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second, David. Hold on.
Thank you. My attention is going to what is happening to specifically with the ruling from the court. Any ruling from the court, until it is enforced, it is not a ruling.
Sandy, we're not hearing the person.
That person breaking, Sandy.
No, you're not hearing me. Yeah, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Anything the Supreme Court says,
They're breaking, Sandy.
Maybe they should call back, Sandy.
Hello, James. Go ahead. You got 1 minute to make your point.
Yeah, I don't know why the CDC people asking all the unity parties to ask. All they're doing a bunch of rules. What they're asking about it? All of them, they're a bunch of rules. Francis Cuba started stealing from America. When they brought with 590 million here. All they're doing is just there to satisfy themselves. We are not asking for the people there. If that we the liberal want to do something, we just need to take care of the whole representative and senator and they remove all of them. Their country will be better. Their country will be better than having representative and senator there. Some of the people that need to be senator when they know rule of law. When you get no rule of law, we kill out of people.
Thank you. That's what I said. Thank you, Carla. Thank you.
Criminal. What are you talking about law? Talking about rule of law. So you go out no rule of law when you stole people money in America.
Yeah, good boy.
You
Thank
want to
you.
rule of law?
Thank you, Carla.
Maybe I got one person here.
All right, thank you.
Maybe I got one person here. Caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Nathaniel calling from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you, Ture. The first thing we got to talk about, there's no rule of law in our area now. Joseph Baga did his best by coming up by copying the Supreme Court, whatever the Supreme Court said. I just got to tell you guys, thank you for giving your point of view on it. The whole thing about rule of law. There's no rule of law in our country now. We just got to do what we got to do in our country to survive.
All right, brother.
Thank you once again, Trey.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much for your time.
Zaza, let's try again. 1 minute.
Amy, let me bring the callers in. Man.
Go ahead, Zaza. Let's try again.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, the fact that the president refused to enforce the ruling from the court is a cause for what is happening. The first thing the president should have done was to withdraw the security. That's the way to enforce the law. That's the way to agree with the law. The fact that you refuse to withdraw the security, and then you come back, you say we'll have stakeholder meeting to decide how to go ahead. What is it? The Constitution says, Article 2, it says the supremacy of this Constitution. Everybody in this land, the treaty, laws, regulations, statutes, everything must be submitted to this one. It doesn't law, it is not a law. So the president refusing to follow this one and say we work with the court and this, that, it's a way to refuse and deny the authority of the Supreme Court. Simple and plain. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaza.
Amy, you got somebody on?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Caller, what's your name and where you calling from?
Okay, I'm Lawrence K, and I call you from Providence, Rhode Island.
Go ahead. 1 minute.
So the issue with our country is an issue that should concern with the young people. The honorable thing we can do is let people get back on the drawing board. Nobody can force the people to say go on for Nasty Kofa, but the law provides that you elected him constitutionally. You should go back and do the needful and remove him. Now that he has been restored to be the legitimate speaker, let Rachel Kuhn and the rest of the people muster the courage because of Liberia. Go back and do the needful and remove him. If you listen to Fonati Kofa, he said he prepared to do the sacrifice. But what our president said today or yesterday, it has the propensity to undermine his own credibility when we use our resources to bring it on. And I don't want for you people to start comparing because John we did it yesterday, Vaga should do it. I disagree with Momo Tama today and the rest of the people. Let's do the needful. Let Liberia forge ahead. Liberia is all in Africa and we can continue to do the wrong thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, that close now.
All right, I think
yeah, we gotta close, man.
Yeah, so guys, so guys, let's do our closing. I hope we can take just 1 minute each.
Yeah.
And
Put the time up now, so it'll be good.
To tell you that we're serious about this 1 minute thing, I will set the time away.
Good, yeah, but that's it.
I want to set the timer. And
no protest.
The grace period will be 1 minute 30 seconds, or 1 minute at most 1 minute 30 seconds, and then we'll be out. So we can go around the table. We have a lot of people in the back that want to do their closing as well. And then maybe after that you can do your after show. But let's do our closing.
Can
let's
I close
start.
first so I can go sleep?
No, I want you to stay. I want you to stay so I can tell you my position.
Okay. So Maggie, do your closing.
Everybody's supposed to stay with you something unless they move you to bring somebody.
Maggie, do your closing.
Maggie, go
ahead. Share one. My sister won't go to bed. Let you go ahead.
No, Maggie, do your closing. Please do your closing. Your microphone is better for now.
Maggie, so you think I want my phone, then you won't be bluffing here.
Please do your closing, Maggie.
Yeah, she won't go to bed.
Maggie, can you close?
Look at Maggie being so considerate. That is so sweet of you, Maggie.
My sister want to go to bed. Go ahead, Sherry.
Guys, we're talking about time.
It's okay, Maki, you can close. I'll stay. I want to hear what Ray have to say.
That's fine. I was just trying because he said you want to go to bed. Oh, okay. Let me just say this to close. If the justices, the Supreme Court, say that Richard Kuhn is illegal, the better thing for us to do, for them to do, we should start from them to return on the money, salary that was being paid to them, so we can start at first. Because they cannot be eating in a cookie jar and complaining that too much sugar inside or too much salt. That's
Thank you. Thank you.
Less than 1 minute, sis, you kill it.
You got it. Let's take you, Alita. You want to come in? You want to do your closing?
Yeah, Nelson.
Alita, is it that you tired with Liberia business or what? Are you saying now that you tired with the whole country business? So the
No,
country giving
Nelson,
you hard time or what?
I'm not tired. I'm worried. I am worried about my country. That is why I'm in such a mood. Or when you have a lawless person in charge, that people will say CDC was voted out because they did this, they did that. The fact that you on this platform every day discussing CDC, that shows our relevance. If it wasn't important, we will not be intimidated to discuss us every night. So when you come here and say CDC over and over, that shows when you hear the name CDC, something triggers you. And that is what makes us one of the biggest political parties in Liberia, and we will remain at that. And what we are saying to Mr. Barker is that uphold the rule of law of our country, or you meet the resident of the people. Because without the rule of law, there is a lot of opportunity.
1 minute over though.
Oh, 1 minute over? Okay, let's do the grace period of 30 seconds. Yeah, do the 30 seconds.
Nancy, she marking the timer?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
okay.
keeping it.
So the thing about it is that one thing we should know for a fact is that what Baka next step would be will affect the ordinary citizen. Like people said, yeah, the lawmakers are getting paid. But Uncle Sam is watching. And the most huge sanction ever in the history of Liberia will come from this region. If Baka is not careful,
Second
the
over.
ordinary people will suffer. And until then, I am a citizen and I am not bothered by that. I support the political institution I'm from. And thank you for having me on here tonight.
Thank you.
Nelson,
Shirley, you want to do your closing?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember the question the gentleman wanted me to answer. I apologize. I only have 1 minute.
I know. He said, "Would you comply with someone being imposed on you to marry? Like, let's say a man that you don't want to marry to, your party, you must marry this man. Would you abide by that?"
I don't know how that has any relevant with what we are talking about right now.
The connection is
they connect very well.
The speakership and what's happening with the majority black. They say they don't want their speaker, and according to him, others want the people to go there forcefully. So I think that's the connection you're trying to.
Right, and that's a really that connection to answer his question. I'm going to focus on what matter right now, and that's the Liberian people. Let's fight that. Why is he putting your hands up? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so that whole relationship thing and bringing it into what we're talking about right now, I'm not going to answer to that. I'm just going to do my closing statement, and I'm going to say.
So you say you can answer the main question?
No, like me and myself will talk beyond closed door, and he can ask me, and I will answer that question. Because it has to do with relationship. I ain't thinking about that right now. But anyway, to close, I will say that all I'm hearing from most of my fellow here on this platform is the fact that they're trying to compare things that wasn't right before to what is not right now. And because honestly, I tell people I'm not from CDC. I'm not UP, I'm a Liberian, and I'm proud to be a Liberian. So if we come here and we're talking about things that matter to our people, I'm going to take our people's side. Okay? I'm not going to say I'm CDC or who UP. I advocated for UP to come into power because I thought that they were going to make sure that they correct all the wrong things that CDC people did. So if we're gonna go back and say, oh, because Citizen did this and nothing come out of it, so why is it now that we can't do it? Then I don't think we're doing our people justice. Let's try to do the right thing.
But
And
Shirley
the
been on the
right
floor for
thing.
2 minutes. Maggie, why you not interrupting her?
But Shelly didn't read 2 minutes
No,
yet.
it's been
Yes.
2 minutes.
No, it ain't
12:54 when
reached 2
Shirley started
minutes yet.
talking. That is
No.
violence.
Okay, Maggie, please, please, keep track of the time, in a very balanced
Keep
way.
it. I keep in track. I keep in
Okay,
track.
how many minutes or seconds do I have for me to conclude? And I would like to respect time.
20 seconds is.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to conclude to say I am looking forward to our president, the executive, doing the right thing. That is to make sure that they honor the Supreme Court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Shirley.
Anita, I hope you are pleased, mommy. I am done.
No, I'm not.
I don't need
I'm a
more time.
principal-minded woman. For
Shelly,
CDC,
you
I
have to
got
stay. You have to
principle.
stay for my
I am
closing. You have
going
to
to
stay.
stay. And I like how you always conclude as, yeah, you are proud, pricing, and you are CDC. For me, it doesn't matter. I'm here to speak for the Liberian people. And
Are
I'm
we
gonna speak
closing
for them.
here or are we going to another show? Who's CDC and who's not? Come on. Let's go.
Emmy, you just came from backstage. Don't
You just come
interrupt.
from eating stuff.
You came from swallowing
Anyway,
GB.
The CDC people are always angry, so that's it. Go ahead, yeah.
No, guys, we are closing. Ture, can you please close?
Yeah, so three points.
Okay.
Do we subscribe to the idea of democracy? Or we should now subscribe to anarchy? Is that what we're doing? I thought we have three branches of government: the judicial, the legislature, and the what? An executive, right? So in no time, we want one branch to what? To usurp the function of another. So come on, man. Let's stop this nonsense. For crying out loud. We are all educated people on this platform, and we're not going to sit here and make it seem like nobody knows the functionaries of government. All right? We in this country, and for that gentleman that called from Lofa or wherever he called from, right? Our position has been very, very clear. I said from the start that I did not like the whole initiation or the process to remove Funati Kofa, and I still stand by that. All right? But if we're going to follow the laws, right, where everybody have leverage to push forth their position, then I'll go through that. Funati Kofa might have won today by the Supreme Court, the chief arbiter of law, you know what I mean, in the country.
Ture.
But at the same time, other people may have their processes. And Shirley, I was not in any way trying to say what happened yesterday should be condoned today. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I don't subscribe to that ideology. But you know what? What happened today?
You go over 30 seconds over now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I think you should say thank you when the person 1 minute so they can land out in the 30 seconds. You can just call them off like that.
Besides, Nezzy had 30 seconds for me for the record.
Sandy, you want to do your closing?
Well, Mr. Host, thank you for having us. It is my recommendation to you that we keep the professional ethics of this show. We are not here for child play. This is a global network that folks are listening to us everywhere. I must admit tonight, the show is embarrassing. We interrupt, we interfere, and it's not okay. Some of us don't want to waste our time coming here just for child play. But on to the topic. I keep hearing folks saying tonight, oh, because the budget will pass on a Richard Coon.
I'm sorry, Cindy. I just want to tell you, you got 25 seconds left.
Maggie,
Okay,
I'm
so
not going to
can
listen
you
to
restart
you.
the time? Can you restart the time?
Nelson, please start
I
my.
should restart. Okay, I'll do that.
Please restart the time. Okay, Cindy, go ahead.
The argument that because the budget was passed under Rachel Kuhn and that every member that worked for the government benefit from that budget, and because the Supreme Court, which is also entitled to such benefit, and by getting such benefit, their rulings is invalid, that is a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. A benefit cannot equal bias. If you follow that logic, you are saying that no judge in our country should rule on government procedures, since they are paid by the government, since they are paid by the state. The budget went to the House. It met Rachel Kuhn and his team. They passed the budget. The budget benefits the entire government. That doesn't stop the Supreme Court from coming later to issue an interpretation of their ruling. That does not make their ruling invalid or illegitimate. So we must make it clear that the ruling of the Supreme Court is clear. Funati Kofa remains a speaker, and he must be accorded the respect and benefits that due the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Thank you.
So, Francis, do not.
All right, folks. Yeah, Nelson, thank you for having me, even though tonight is not a good night for me. But I just accept it. That's why other people do not accept, especially the arrogant, Unity Party people that love Joseph Barker and love their parties more than the country. But what I can say, I'm not going to say what Cindy just said. No need to go to that. But the issue of blame game theory that just we have people didn't obey the law, Joseph Barker should not obey it. He got a phrase called arrest. That's a contradiction. And all I can say, I go back to what happened. Over 250,000 people got murdered because of corruption at all levels of government in the past. From 1980 coming all the way here. People were put on the light pole and they used AK-47 on them because of corruption. And you know why? They can do what they want to do. One thing I have got to know, for 25 years plus, my 47 years life on planet Earth as a Liberian, I'm so glad, I'm so grateful to God and the generosity of the American people. I'm here with my children and my other relatives are on that side. The only thing that government of Liberia understands, especially the occupants of the executive mansion past and current, AK-47 bullet. That's what they understand. And now stop it right there. Let them go ahead. Let Joseph Walker validate everything he wants to validate, including the promises that he made to us. Let him do it because just we did it. We remove it. He come back. He told the same thing. Thank you, plenty.
Thank you. Wow. Francis, honestly, I'm shocked. You did a closing, the shortest ever. But anyway, a moment
No, you did not. It passed the 1 minute. It passed the 1 minute.
What are you going to get out of that if I pass 1 minute?
No, but you did almost 2 minutes, according to this.
Okay, though.
Okay, so guys, let's move on. Let's move on.
I'm not too sure that clock is a political clock.
I'm in the back. Can you guys hear me?
I've been in the get the whole conversation only one time.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, quite a good show tonight. Look, Liberia's all we have. You guys should stop the fear mongering, talking about AK-47. That's not something that we should be focusing on now, right? We should focus on how we can, our country can come back, to some sense of normalcy. And as much as Funadi Kofa won the constitutional battle, he still has a huge hill to climb. That is, he has to consolidate guys within the legislature, that is the House of Representatives, in order to have a quorum and conduct the Liberian people's business. If not, there's nothing we can do. He just has to do the needful. In the interest of Liberia, as he said, he wants to, resign. Let him just Say, I have won this battle. I've proven to the people of Liberia that I was on the right side of history. I was trying to just make that known to the entire world and Liberia at large that I have won the battle. For the sake of Liberia, I'm going to step aside for the country to run, right? But then none of you guys should sit and say, CDC. CDC is not, none of you CDC should sit here and talk about rule of law.
Thank you.
You guys don't have the moral compass to
Thank you.
say anything about rule of law.
Thank you, Momo. Chokon?
Thank you so much. I don't know why is it becoming a cliche when people don't have an argument, they keep calling the name of the CDC. But let me conclude or close by saying education gives you citizenship in society. And with everything that is going on right now, I blame the Liberian people. The quality of decision we make as a people is extremely elementary, and we need to augment the quality of decision we make. We cannot be electing people without understanding the role of a lawmaker. And you can take it however you want to take it. We cannot be electing people like Yeke Koluba, like Color Green from our own political party, the CDC, people who cannot articulate the views and aspirations of their people. And like I said earlier, this government have a unique opportunity to amend all of the mistakes that they have made. Liberia, at this moment, we are nearing a crisis proportion. If the government doesn't do the needful, the Liberian people will mobilize themselves in their mass and they are going to call for the resignation of this president. The president have worked in government for more than 47 years. You give other people extra 30 seconds. Please give me a few time, Chief. The president have been in government for 47 years. He should have had all of the experiences that people say he should have. He should be able to demonstrate the leadership that he claimed to have had. This guy is a failure. This guy have never performed in any sector that he have worked in. 47 years, no tangible, no deliverable. Which 47 years you talking about? You cannot compare this guy with even the weird that we say is not educated. Who do you call Bwaka?
30 seconds finish.
Thank you very much, Shokon. 30 seconds exhausted. Anthony, you want to come on, guys?
Mikey, let him land. If you
my eyes are really heavy. We have to go, guys. Anthony, you want to come on?
If you don't understand media etiquette, it is not my fault. It is your own prerogative. You can watch CNN, MSNBC, BBC News, RFE, France International, every other national news. Somebody disagree, they cannot hear. And so if you don't understand that, it is your own prerogative. However, Joseph Newman Boaka, the president of the Republic of Liberia, is known for disrupting good organized organization. Under his leadership, the CDC crumbled. Under the opportunity to lead Liberia to peace, the country is moving in a direction that, look, a golden opportunity today to move the country forward. President Boaka chose a group that the Supreme Court deemed unconstitutional. The group that the Supreme Court deemed unconstitutional. Moreover, if you want to come here and say, oh, but how the country is going to move forward? Guess what? Fonati Kofa not going to resign because the renegade group refused to do the right thing. The Constitution also gave him power to declare that position vacant. And Fonati Kofa will declare that position vacant. Read your Constitution, not me. Go read it.
Thank you. Who's next to close? So it's remaining Amy and Moba, right?
Yeah, Amy and Moba.
Okay. Do we have anybody backstage? Let me see. No, I don't see anybody backstage.
I think if AB in there, then maybe.
So is it me?
Yeah. So yeah, but Amy, you can do your closing. Then Moba, any of you can do your closing.
Okay, so let me just run over it real quick, right? So I don't think anybody on here saying that CDC feels so whatever run it did, the United Party should do it. I don't think that's what I heard anybody saying here. So all the hype in that, y'all need to calm down with it. And then somebody said that Joe Boaka could have used the 6 months of Fonati speakership to develop the country because Fonati was agreeing with everything he says. Really? 6 years of damage being done in 6 months. That is far-fetched. We need to stop misleading our people. And then people coming here talking about rule of law. This rule of law What has it done for our Liberian people? Since I think the only, if I can remember, all the rule that you're talking about, only politician have benefits in our country there. No single innocent person, even the so-called Supreme Court, the guys and justices that are sitting on, or even regular court, that people are being victimized. Innocent people, they step on it and take their properties. And I think some of us are on here to know we can attest to that. So nobody should come here and tell something that will benefit my people. We say we for Liberian people. Anything that come here, yes, I'm for the rule of law. And whatever happened to Fanatico, we all came here and condemn it. But at this point, if it's going to hold Liberia hostage, so hell with that. Then they do the right thing. Let the president go ahead and let the country go forward and now hold the Liberian people hostage. Why Fanatico still taking pay? While everybody according to say rule of law, burning capital building, still taking that pay and that benefits, and you telling us to hold our people hostage? They should be in the mud. And you don't see a person will come here because you want 2029 for your somebody to come in, because you want somebody to only 2029. So you want it. Oh, but I'm still. So you're moving from there. No, that will not happen. If that's what's gonna happen for our people to move forward, if that's what's gonna break it, let it break it. If our people are gonna enjoy tomorrow, or they're gonna see the benefit of President Walker President, so shall it be.
Like almost 2 minutes.
I got fire in my mouth because
let me say my own. I want to
so thank you.
Just for the record, I mean, I had extra 30 minutes, but you still went over.
So I think moving forward, we'll take 2 minutes each to do closing, because I think the 1 minute is not sufficient to regulate.
Yeah, 1 minute too short, man.
Yeah, but
I mean, I had extra 30, but still, my sister was talking.
Let me do my closing. Look, let me say this to my brother Francis Donald. Nobody is saying that because CDC, what happened the last time should happen, and we should consume it and say yes, because it happened, so it should happen. No. Our saying here is sedition who never condemns what happened yesterday shouldn't be the one to criticize today. That's our stand, and we will stand on it. A lot of seditions who yesterday was happy for Cabinet Jana, who are like, okay, we know what, we agree with what President, the former President George Weah stand to not pay the people. They went to Ecuador, the government was defeated. They was clapping for George Weah. We are saying to the Liberian people, they have no stand, no moral to stand and tell the Liberian people that what is happening today is wrong. That's our stand. So our friends said, do not come here and twist our talk. We not say because it happened yesterday.
Can you make a decision? So
I hope you get that clear and clearly, so that you shouldn't go back and say different thing that we didn't stay on this show and come and say different thing contrary to what we're saying. Please don't do that. Our stand will remain today and will remain forever. Seditions, and I will say sedition who held George Weah yesterday when the Electoral Code passed that law. I mean, passed the verdict, right? And then end of the day, for George Weah to pay Nelson Doe, Cabinet Janet, and he refused. He never listened to the code. They had no money to come and talk about it. Then they got issue.
But government are continuing to
now you know that continuity. Now you know government are continuity.
To talk. We won't get a guy chance to talk.
Oh, she finished talk. Who tells you she's talking again?
That's the guy.
Okay, guys, we have to go.
So guys, I think it's been a great show. I want to say thanks to everyone. It's been a great show. We look forward to being here tomorrow. Thanks to Francis K. Dunor on here tonight. The Batara Board for Cabinet Maju Toure. Thank you. Chogon Mongai, thank you for being. Are you related to Moses Mongai? Anyway, that's another conversation.
Never, no, we're not related.
Alita Gwan, thank you for being on. Moba always call you Anita, but
Alita get trouble.
We appreciate you. Momo Tule, thank you for being on. Maggie,
thank you,
Maggie has a very good microphone now. I think she's doing well. Thank you, Shirley. Thanks a lot. And our two co-hosts, Moba and Emmy. We appreciate you. We also appreciate our audience as well.
You know, I'm not coming by here again. At 2029, you'll see me.
And then we still live.
Emmy,
Until then, have a
ironically,
good night, guys.